I just left the, had lunch over at the Flying J. At, what was the name of that again? I'm trying to think where that Flying J was. Man, can't remember what the name of the city is there right there. I just did just made some B-roll there and I forgot the name of the city. So, we'll find it here in a second. There we go. Cedar Brook, Virginia. We just had lunch over there at the Flying J in Cedar Brook, Virginia. That's what I wanted to say. So, earlier I was doing a live, and I guess the charger on the phone decided to pop out. And I didn't notice it until the very last second when the phone came down to just about nothing. And by the time I plugged it back in, it already discharged too much and it shut down. So I figured after lunch here, I figured I would just throw this up there again, just to fill in, you know, the blank spots of me not making content. Right now I'm in West Virginia, pretty much just headed up 81. There you see Hagerstown's 28 miles away. Yo, what's up, Jerome Jones? Hopefully sometime tonight I'll have some time to at least piece together a few clips of B-roll and make some kind of content or video. At least my first two loads here. I haven't done nothing really nice and crazy. I no real good camera angles or anything. Like I said, I've been kind of scared to make any real videos. Mostly because I've been dealing with a lot of. Right now I got a phone call. Bring it over top of me. But I've been kind of scared, sort of, to whip the camera out and make videos because I've been picking up out of Tyson plants, you know, kill plants basically, you know, where they process the chicken and everything. And I didn't want anybody thinking, you know, I'm making any kind of humane society videos or something, or trying to get evidence, or, you know, I didn't want to have any problems with that. So, but I guess as, you know, the longer I'm there, you know, I guess I'll probably end up start taking some videos. I imagine you know, they'll come to know me, I guess you could say that. So, eventually I'll have some good content up there, you know, with the 3 or 4 different camera angles of me backing up and hooking up the trailers and stuff. So, I knew it was going to be a little bit harder to make content now that I'm hauling a reefer around again. It's not exactly glamorous. Like, at least flatbed, you can see the load. And, you know, it was different all the time usually. And, you know, you can show on proper ways or some hints and tips and stuff to secure loads and make your life easier. This is just, you know, your typical door swinger job right now. I'm basically doing so. Alright, I'll quit talking and I guess I'll just sit here and relax. Before you know, we'll probably be going through Harrisburg. apparently, if you ever go by this Glenbrook Flying J, it looks like a Walmart over here. Let you park in their parking lot. They don't. They sure got a lot of trucks in there. I know, like I said, after about 3 o'clock, that Glenbrook Flying J turns into a madhouse. And I think the reason it does is you got Hood, Big Hood Dairy right down the road there in Winchester, Virginia. There's also, I think, an ice cream, an ice cream cold storage place over there. And yeah, what else? I know I've been to a few different places over there. And then down from Winchester, you have, I'm trying to think the name. I don't know the name of the town, but I know it's not too far from Winchester. You have an inland, they call it an inland port, which is basically like a big rail terminal. So you have all the container guys end up parking there at that Flying J. There's also, right next to that inland terminal, there's a big industrial complex too in there. I know the big guy that's in there is U.S. Foods, has one of their main distribution centers over there. Port Royal. Is it Port Royal or Port Royal? I can't remember. There you go. That's what it is. So that Flying J and the other two truck stops. I think there's a Love's and another Pilot not too far south on 81. They get full real fast. And I know the Flying J up here in Glenbrook, I would say 70% of the parking is reserved. So once it's gone and reserved, you're pretty much screwed. Now, they did put a Love's not too long ago down here in Hagerstown on 81. But that place, too, that thing fills up, too, probably about 4 o'clock. And that turns into a madhouse because there's a big opening in the middle of the parking lot. And everybody parks there, and then you can't get out. It just, it should have been at least twice as bigger than it is. I just had to put out something, so this is pretty much me trying to keep some kind of content on the channel, because what's kind of nice about here is pretty much as soon as I drop a load, I get dispatched to either the next plant or the next warehouse, and I got a load like that. The one thing though is yesterday, I got dispatched. I left the Walmart DC over there in, what do you call it? Willowsboro, North Carolina, off 85. And had to go to Wilkesboro, North Carolina. And, I got out there. It was like a 3-hour drive from me getting unloaded there in Walmart, which that wasn't too bad. That was like 2 hours. And I get there, and they tell me the load's not ready, and that turned into me sitting there for 14 hours, which I was under, at least from what I thought, it was a dispatch load, and I guess I thought, that there was some kind of detention for that whole time. Apparently, they have a thing that's called a dead time at the plant, and I thought that was the time the load had to get out to still make the delivery, which apparently it's not, because obviously I'm still trying to make the delivery. It's gonna be close. I gotta drive like 600 miles a day, but they count detention 2 hours after that dead time. So the $400 in detention I thought I was getting is only really $277 in detention, which I guess still ain't bad compared if I was on the spot market. I probably wouldn't get any detention sitting there at that chicken plant, but we'll see. I've been trying to get a hold of the recruiter and see if you know, but he didn't tell me anything about no dead time about the detention, which, I mean, it's still not bad, but I don't see how that makes any sense. If anything, I should be given 2 hours before the dead time, and that 2 hours should be counted as detention. Counted as their 2 hours, have the load ready, and then at the dead time, I should start having my detention, calculated. I mean, it would only be like another $80 on top of that $277, but still, either that or they should actually give an appointment time to us. Even though I'm an internal carrier for Tyson, they should still have like some kind of an appointment time. But I don't know. I can't bitch too much. Like I said, I could be on the spot market, not getting paid any detention. So I just wish I kind of knew about it first instead of automatically assume detention is when I showed up and checked in. What's up? Well, I'm trying to put out something right now. I mean, this isn't really like a real video, I guess you could say. It's just me trying to fill in some gaps with some kind of content. Considering I'm going to probably be driving 650 miles a day, I don't have much time to really do anything. I did decide to take an hour lunch. But there's only so much of a truck stop you can show, just like there's only, everybody's seen the road, everybody's seen driving down the road. Most of the people that are watching my channel are already prior truckers, so it's not like anybody's getting nostalgia watching this. Maybe the morning video that I put out, that might have been a little more nostalgic with the nice orange, red clouds and the sunrise, but right now where I'm at, this is kind of like the boring, I don't know, I would say the boring part of trucking, where it's just, a decent amount of traffic you have to watch for and look at. No, it's not an N14, it's an ISX in here. And it's sitting pretty good. I replaced all the injectors in here except for two, which really the only real reason I didn't replace them is I had a cutout test done and they came back fine. But I think I should have still replaced them because every once in a while, I highly doubted some injectors I replaced, but I get an injector that bleeds down or something in the mornings, and it hammers for like a good minute before it fills up all the way with fuel. So, and I think that's what happened with that one injector. If you go back a few videos ago, probably like 6 months ago, the spring on the injector actually broke. And I think that's from in the morning starting it up and having an injector hammer. They had 700,000 miles on them, so to be beating them around like that, it's probably not the best thing to do. So I'd like to eventually probably here, depending on finances, probably pay somebody to put the other two new injectors in and then actually do like I could do it. I'm not very experienced at it. Like, I don't even trust what I did as it is. I might just throw the other two injectors in myself. It all depends on, pretty much how much it's going to cost and stuff. So, you know, the reason she's probably pretty loud is this truck right here has a direct 10 in it and 264 gears. So, you know, it's not like the differential or well the rear. It's not like the rears are really helping out or anything. It's pretty much this is all engine power. Like I said, it's a direct 10. So the way it's set up is a 1-to-1 ratio in 10. So it's the engine doing everything. So she's not really a good hill climber, but she I guess she gets the job done. I'm trying to pronounce your name right. I don't know. I think it's Nova. I've been running pretty much kind of short loads, about 300 miles, and then I'll end up deadheading or have an empty. I'll take the empty, maybe like 70 or 100 miles, depending on where the Tyson location is, or plant or warehouse. And then I'll just pick up the next load. So far, with this load and everything this week, I think I'll have done 1,600 miles. This is the first long load I had here. This is 830 miles. I'm taking this from Wilkesboro, North Carolina, up until the Boston Beltway, off 495 up there. So we will see how long the loads are, but to be honest though, the big thing is I'm not really burning that much fuel, and the fuel discount here, like, is $1.30. Sometimes the one place I looked up was $1.40 off the cash price, and since I'm down in Virginia, I just paid, or I could have paid, I already filled up already, I could have paid $3.95 for diesel back there. So, and I don't have no percentage, this is all mileage pay. So even though my gross is probably going to be lower this week, I think, don't quote me, but I think I'm going to gross like 5,500, maybe 6,000 this week off of 1,600 miles. And it'll probably be like more like 5,500. If I end up doing something on the way back, I imagine that they pay for deadhead mileage, they pay for empty miles, and it's the same. There's not a different rate. So I think going up here, I'm making 215 a mile. I'm making plus fuel surcharges is like 70 cents a mile, or might be 75 cents a mile right now. I'm not 100% sure. And then I'll also have the 210, because I'm sure they're probably going to reroute me back to Pottsville with the empty trailer. So I'll have that mileage too, which will probably be about 250 miles or 300 miles. So maybe I'll finish out with 2,000 miles for the week. And if I finish out with 2,000 miles, I think I'll probably end up doing probably about $6,000. And right now, I'm only in it, maybe, I'm trying to think with fuel and stuff. Let's see, it's probably 100 gallons in out of Pennsylvania, it was $500. Then it was $750 back there. So I'm only in it for like $1,200 right now. And I might end up getting fuel again, just because I don't want to fill up in Pennsylvania. So we'll see how my check will look. It all depends. Yeah, let me see here. give you Chuck's number. He's the recruiter. Now, I'm not gonna vouch for this place yet. Like I said, I've only been here not even a week yet. But so far, just in general, it sounds like it's better than what I was doing. It's definitely more stable. So if you want to call Chuck, his number is, let's see, where is it? 479-979-4020. And you can tell him that Kevin from Pottsville sent him or sent you or whatnot. I don't even know if I get anything, but I know he'll get a chuckle out of it or a rise. Apparently he's he thinks me doing this YouTube thing's pretty cool. So yeah, just give them a call. I don't know exactly where they hire out of. They have a couple different accounts. It might not necessarily be with CRL. The actual company is I think it's KLN or it's K&L and Sons. Let me see if I can find it here. No, it's KLB and Sons. But they have a couple subsidiary trucking companies under that name, I guess you could say, for their different market segments that they, or their different customers, I should say, that they service. So, like when I was in orientation, they said they got some other different name that services grocery warehouses and stuff like that. And I imagine it's all set up the same way. It's all direct customers. So, and even then, depending where you're at, if you're that close to like a big warehouse or a processing plant or whatnot, you might even be able to like do somewhat local, be home every day kind of things. So pretty much that's kind of like what I was hired for. But I told him, I want to be out making a bunch of money right now. So yeah, we'll see where it goes from there. Yeah, worst you can also get, I guess just get my truck number too. It's 76028 is my truck number. So I don't know if there's 20,000 other Kevins, but I highly doubt it. And I don't know about the location that you'll end up going to maybe, but at least for the location I ended up signing on to, I get $1,500 for, what is it? I'll get $1,500 for the first 20, $1,500 for the second 20, and then $1,000 for the last 20, loads that I do. So there's a sign-on bonus too. So I don't know if that's for everybody or just the location I was at. So I guess you can see. And also, if you have your own authority, you can sign on here and keep your authority. That's another nice thing. You don't have to drop your authority. You can stay active and sign on here, and you can work here, and who knows, maybe buy a second truck and sign another guy on here, or get your hands dirty and go out to the spot market, or maybe you'll find your own other customers with another truck. The only thing is, though, they require being on your insurance policy. I don't know exactly the technical part of it, but after you talk to Chuck, you end up probably talking to Penny. Penny's the actual, what is she? She's like in the, I guess you want to say the leasing office or the lease-on office. So she'll get all the details about that. Let's see, what video was I watching last night? I think it was, oh man, I'm trying to remember the name of the guy's trucking company. I mean, not trucking company, his channel. Man, he was just on last night. I was just watching his live feed. But I was trying to get him, because I guess he ended up selling his truck though. But I figured if I could get him on, he could keep his authority and, run loads for this outfit or their subsidiary outlets. and still keep his authority. Because I know a lot of guys, they kind of feel broken when you have to cancel your authority, kind of like you failed. But to be able to sign on here and still keep your authority, as long as I guess your insurance payments aren't through the roof or your truck payments aren't through the roof, that's like a godsend. There's not too many. I don't think there's too many other companies that'll let you lease on and keep your authority. They're probably far and few in between, I'd imagine. Let's see, truck. I think it's Truck Pilot. Let's see. I've never done Cummins injectors. I've done B model Cat, N14. Well, with these ISXs, they're the one I got is a double overhead cam. One cam does the valves, and the other cam does the actual injectors. And I was, I was a little worried about doing it. I have automotive technology. I went to school for that, and actually was in the automotive field probably about, I don't know, let's say 7 or 8 years before I got into trucking and everything. So, I've done overhead cams on Jaguar 4.2 liter V8s because the timing, what happened with them is the timing guides would go bad, and then the chain would pop, and sometimes it would nail the engine, sometimes it wouldn't, but sometimes you had to adjust the valves and everything, and time the cam. So it's not like I haven't touched any of that stuff yet, but I just haven't done anything diesel really related. Which luckily there's YouTube out there, and I was able to get a lot of the torque specs and everything off of Roz does a lot of Cummins videos, and I said, screw it, I'm going to try to do it myself, because I had one injector put in. I had one injector take a crap when I was out in Montana. And the big thing is, I couldn't find anybody that had time to actually do it. And then I ended up at the Cummins dealer in Bowling, Montana, or I forget what the name of the city was. But I get to the Cummins dealer, and he says all his guys are out. Or I guess two of them are having, his wife's are having babies. The other one's out on vacation. So he only had like 1 or 2 guys in the shop, and he said it was probably gonna be a week or two before he got around to me. And he told me to go try Kenworth next door. So I go to Kenworth, and surprisingly, they got me in and out in about 6 hours. But they charged me like $1,000 for the injector and about $3,000 in labor. So I got out of that around like $4,000. Or maybe it was $3,500. I can't remember. To get have just one injector replaced. And even then, when I was in there, they were trying to sell me new cams and everything. And I had the valve cover off of this thing. I know there is one cam load. It has a little nick in the middle. It doesn't look like it's gotten. It looks like it's almost through the hardened layer, the chrome layer, but it's just barely there. And I'm not to do all that. You might as well do an in-frame, because I have a front case leaking, a rear case leaking. So I'm just gonna, run it, and every once in a while I'll pull the valve cover off and check that one cam load. And so far it hasn't gotten any worse. And I'm just gonna keep running this thing. Put some Lucas through it and keep the oil changed around every 25,000 miles or so. And we'll see where it goes from there. Because right now, I definitely don't have any money to do a rebuild. And like, if it decided to blow up right now, I'd be pretty much screwed. So I gotta whatever money I lost from the the market taking there and keep running spot market freight, and all the little things that keep breaking into the truck, which just about everything's fixed now. I'll hopefully be able to build up a decent maintenance account again, and who knows, maybe find somewhere down south or somewhere where I can get an in-frame done reasonably priced. Because I've been hearing guys talk about getting in-frames recently, like in Texas, South Carolina, out Idaho, Indiana. They're getting in-frames done for like 15 grand or 12 grand or 10 grand. Up by me, even the crackhead shops, the ones that are like, you look at the guys and they're pulling up and the cars are like falling apart. You think they're crackheads and shit. They're trying to charge $20,000. And Cummins up where I am, you're probably looking at $35,000-$40,000 for doing in-frame on one of these 870 ISXs. So, I'm even thinking about maybe doing it myself, but now you got a couple $1,000s of tools. You got to be able to cut the guides. Let's see, what else you got to do? You got to be able to take the. I'll have to find somebody that can machine an actual head this big. You can't just go to like a small little car machine shop. Probably has to go to like an industrial machine shop. If I'm going to have it all apart, I want everything done right. I'll probably end up putting a new turbo on. Like right now, I'm sitting at 758,000 miles on it. I bought this with 630 on it. So I got good oil pressure still. It's sitting right around 34 psi. When it's cold, I'm like at 40. When it gets real hot, I usually drop right around on 30 on the dot. When she's idling, she's running at 20 psi, so it's still good. I wish these Cummins had higher oil pressure, but apparently they're more of a volume oil pump than they are a high pressure pump like your Cats and stuff. Like a Cat, and even like the MX-13 I had, pack car. You're usually idling, you're usually at 45, 50 psi, and when you're driving, sometimes it might even jump up to 80 psi. I don't know. To me, I feel like higher oil pressure is better. In case it's harder to squeeze. I would imagine 80 psi of oil between two bearings than it would be 30 psi or whatnot. We'll just leave the engineers to that. So. As you can see, I'm in Pennsylvania now. These two truck stops fill up real quick too. There's TA and everything right here on the state line. But like I said, that Love's back there in Hagerstown, that thing too, around 3 o'clock, that's full. So. Also, if you ever come through here, there's usually a lot of state troopers sit on here, right here by the border, and waiting for guys to come flying through here at 70 mile an hour or whatnot. Also, once in a while, you'll find a DOT pickup truck, maybe one or two sitting down here too. Yo, what's up, Cash? Well, if you think about it, who was that about the injectors? Oh, about the injectors on a Cat. If you think about it, like a 3406B Cat, or even the 3406E, the electronic one. You could get those rebuilt for like $200 or I don't know. Last time I just glanced at one, you could find them on eBay for like $240. You can get a whole injector set for probably like $1,200, to be honest with you. maybe less. And they're easy to do because they're a single cam, and they got a lifter and a rocker, and that was for the 3406Bs, and the 3406Es, you just unplug the injector. These are mechanical injectors in here still. So like I said, I have two cams. One cam runs the injector, and the other cam runs the valves. So you gotta take both cams off. And there's two sets of rockers, well, four sets of rockers really altogether. So you gotta take, you gotta do them in series, and when you take them off, you have to turn the engine over to a certain point on the timing to get the thing going. I did not see the light flashing. They're actually doing inspections today. See, right there's your pickup trucks. That's why the light was on. He's already inspecting that guy. But like I was saying, there's a little bit of work. It's a little labor intensive, and you gotta like know what you're doing too with this, because it's really easy to knock the timing off. If this was a newer Cummins with a single red cam, to do an injector, you just pull the valve cover off, and you unbolt the injectors, plop them out in the ground, plug the new ones back in, and bolt them back in, and there you go. You're good to go. You don't have to take all the rocker shafts off and everything. Yeah, I've done a lot of work with this truck myself. I wish I was able to do the power divider when that first went, because I got ripped off pretty bad on that power divider. They charged me like $2,000 for a used power divider, which is pretty much the differential in that, the power divider unit in the front there on the first drive axle. And here, the same junkyard I got the part from, I go down there, I'm talking to the guy. I could have got it for $600 myself and probably put it in. But I've never had the axles out on a semi truck and stuff. I never really done that. Some of this stuff with these bigger trucks, you're already spending a lot of money for parts now usually, and to do something wrong and screw it up real bad, you're talking like a $4,000 mistake or something, or like the wheels falling off, or getting DOT inspected. You put the brake pads wrong on your car, you're going to scratch the freaking rotor up, and as long as you're not an idiot and keep driving it, you're probably just going to scratch the rotor up a little bit, not even maybe ruin a pad. You pull it off, you flip it around, you put it back on, and you're good to go. You screw up something like that on a semi truck, mess around with the freaking brakes, or don't do the wheel bearings right, or torque them down right, and do the lash right. The bearing lash. You have a wheel that comes off, you lose brakes, you get inspected and put out of service. So there's, and then once that happens, you got to call a roadside out to fix what you screwed up. That's the only problem about doing work yourself. If you're, haven't had any, training or you've done it before. Practice makes perfect, usually. But the big problem too is like where I live, there's not really, I don't know, it's so hard to find a shop that has knowledgeable people working there and, isn't just there to throw parts at your truck. That's a big problem where I work, where I live too. There's a lot of little, like the shops that are around, they don't take care of nothing. They're run down looking. They got like practical junkyards piling up in their parking lot and behind the shop. There are no Hagard diesels where I live. There's bigger places, bigger corporate places that are probably as good as Hagard's, maybe, but you're paying like $200 an hour labor rate. There's a big diesel rebuild shop over there in Allentown, up in Whitehall, and they do great work from what I've heard. But you're talking about like $180 an hour labor rate for them to rebuild your engine. There you go. There's your $50,000 in-frame, $40,000 in-frame right there. Plus, the rebuild kit that they're getting is a marked up Cummins rebuild kit from Cummins, most likely. So you're going to be spending, probably about 30 or 40% markup on the rebuild kit. And then you got to hope the guy that's doing the job knows what he's doing and didn't come right out of technical school and has never touched a dual red cam ISX, and has only screwed around with DE15s and the X15s. I wonder if this is the Sheetz. I know. This exit right here, and I think it's this Chambersburg Business District. Let me see. I don't know if it's this exit or the next exit. It's probably the next exit. I probably shouldn't give these hints out because eventually I won't have any safe spots to park at when there's no parking anywhere. Alright, we'll say it's this Wayne Ave. I'm going to say it's this Wayne Ave exit up here. Right after you go by Schneider over here. Their container pool or whatever they got going on. Yeah, I think it's this exit. There's Olympic Steel. Let me see here. Oh yeah, it is. It's the next exit. Yeah, it's kind of hard to find parking right around here, especially when it gets a little late. That Sheetz is the wrong Sheetz. That's the Sheetz that's right over there by the industrial park. There's another Sheetz over here by the adult bookstore. Usually you can at least get 2 or 3 trucks parked in that Sheetz and they don't bother you. Maybe 4. And then at the adult bookstore it says no parking, but nobody cares. So I guess as long as you're not throwing piss bottles and shit everywhere, they don't care. They'll let you park there. I guess that's if you're not worried about somebody seeing you and your truck out in front of an adult bookstore. But they got parking right there. There's also a Sunoco gas station over here that has, I think, like 15 spots in it. But you have to pay them, to park there. Here you go. You see this guy right here? You see there's one strap. He's got one strap over those 55-gallon barrels there. And it's flopping around. So if he has to hit the brakes, those barrels are going to slide right off the edge there. Who knows what's in them. And then look, he's got the straps, I don't know what the heck those are. I think they're like maybe wood or steel plates. That strap's just flopping around there. That's just being lazy right there. All right, here we go. We got people merging, and like usual, they're not going to hit the gas. They're just going to sit there. He hit the gas, and the pickup truck got to hit the brakes. All right. I wonder if I pass that exit without parking, that little niche parking spot. It's saved my butt so many times. Because I used to come here, I used to deliver to CNS foods over here. And usually you get out of there at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and you have the diner there. There's like the 80, I think it's the 83, or no, not the, what was it? Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm thinking the whole wrong road. Come to think about it, I'm thinking about 83, not 81. I'm so used to coming up 83. And here I was telling you the wrong places. All right. Well, anyway, on 83, there's that's Sheets with an adult bookstore across the street that has plenty of parking if you ever need it. For some reason, I thought it was on 81. I guess I figured that out when I didn't see the truck mart. I was like, man, I haven't passed truck mart yet. Tell that my brain's in a different reality right now. Well, I'm debating, there's not much of a time difference or a mileage difference. I'm debating whether I'm going to take 78 and go over to 287 and then up 95 and not pay tolls, at least, not pay tolls on 90, or to go over, well, I'm going to have to pay a toll anyway to go over the, what do they call it, the Kumho Bridge now. But if I take 84, I'm going to have to pay a toll to go over the, well, I forget the name of that bridge right there, but I'm going to pay a toll going over 84 there in New York for the bridge. And then I'm going to have to pay tolls on 90. And the only reason I really don't want to pay tolls right now is I don't have a Easy Pass or Best Pass, whatever you want to call it. So I'm having to pay cash, and I'm trying not to like fork out $400 in tolls this week in cash. So we'll see. I guess I'll just figure it out when I go along. The big thing though is I know if I go 84, I'll have a place to park when my time runs out, when my clock runs out. If I take 78 up to 287, I'm pretty much, there's a good possibility I won't have anywhere to park. Because I'll probably, when I run out of hours, I'll probably be on 95 in Connecticut when I run out of hours. So I really don't feel like parking at that Connecticut. Well, I mean, I'll be up early enough, maybe, but I really don't feel like parking at that Connecticut way station. And then all the other rest areas on 95. Unless you're there now, like at 3 o'clock or whatnot, you're not gonna, you're not really gonna find a parking space. That's the big thing that sucks about being over that way. Also, you don't have a lot of truck stops, so it ain't like I can just pull up my TA app or Pilot app and reserve a truck and parking space. Because you know what, they're probably already reserved anyway. I know if I go 84, I'll be able to definitely I'll probably be able to get a spot either right there coming into New York, or that just before you go into Connecticut, there's a pretty big rest area climbing that hill there on 84. I could probably stay at that rest area there. I guess it's right by the 687, like 687, 84 interchange there. Either that, or I could stay at maybe at the rest area in Connecticut. Hopefully I don't screw up the auto here, because I gotta put my vent on cool air, and apparently the phone's getting hot. I guess the heat coming out of the vent is making the phone too hot. And I think it's $10 a park there. But it's, Indian-owned truck, it's Indian-owned, and they don't really keep the bathrooms clean or anything. Yeah, here we go. We're going right by now. Yeah, that parking lot right there. There's usually, even that late at night, you'll usually find 3 or 4 parking spots open in there. And then the sheets, you can usually get 3 or 4, maybe 5 trucks parked on the shoulder on the side of the sheets there, and they don't bother you. Oh, yeah. Okay, here's Truck Mart. I don't know I thought Truck Mart was on 83 there for a second. I guess because I was thinking of the CNS on 83 and the 83 diner there. But, yeah, all right, so I was right. Truck Mart. I don't know, a couple years ago, I was trying to get a truck from them. And sure, it's a real load. But man, they were really trying to rip me off pretty hard. Some internationals that had a max force or an N15 in them, which was basically still max force. And they were like 2014s, 2015. And what happens is they get very pushy. They try to push you in stuff real quick before you have actually look at the truck and find out and figure out, realize you're spending $70,000 on a truck that's worth $30,000 or $40,000. So, I'm not saying they're still like that, but if you ever go to that Truck Mart, you definitely can usually get financed. But just make sure you're not getting yourself into something that's screwing you over. Oh, and they usually have, lately they've had some lease purchase on trailers too, dry vans. I don't know why they don't do any other kind of trailer. I think because they get the dry vans cheap from Warner and Schneider. So they're a bargain deal for them, but not for you, I guess. I just got my next dispatch. Apparently I'm going to go from Boston to Maine. I figured they would probably brought me down to Pottsville, and I would go home, but I guess not. Hey, whatever. My week's Saturday to Saturday is my pay week. So I'll put in. Well, I guess I'll start next week off right then. So, it's like, I don't know how. I guess would imagine it ends on Friday. So I'm guessing Saturday to Friday is your pay week. I don't know. I don't know if I end up working a Saturday, if it'll be on this check or it'll be on my next one. Runners. If you see a sign for runners, usually runners around here in Pennsylvania, usually, not all the time, but usually runners has truck parking. So if you see a runners, Google it and look it up on Google Satellite and see if you can park there. But they don't got showers or anything, but they're usually new and they're clean, very clean. And in fact, I don't know, the ones I've been in so far, and I guess they're newer. They actually, I think they use hot water, or the toilets are heated. I don't know, but the toilets are always hot, like warm. I know it's something stupid, but just the little things like that is nice to have as a truck driver compared to the sleaze bag trucks you go in and out. But runners, they're usually pretty good fuel price, and their food's pretty good too. They got a big variety of food. So I would say they're like a local truck stop. And I guess the same goes for Sheetz too, somewhat. Sheetz starting to make a good amount of truck stops too. Since I'm going up to Maine, maybe, dang, I kind of wish I got fuel now in Virginia. I didn't think I was going to go up to Maine. I guess I'll have to check to see what my fuel cost is up at that TA off of 95, or is it? Yeah, it's a TA off of 95 in New Hampshire is. Unless I get discounts. What's the name of that other truck stop off of 95 up there in Maine? It's been a while since I've been up there. Pretty much since I got out of reefer and got into flatbed, I haven't gone up to Maine. Move over to this guy. Auction got any trucks really? I got some day cabs. That's a nice 9400. Oh, they got a sleeper, small little sleeper. What is that? A white or a VM? They got a sleeper 9900 in there. Maybe I'll take that option down. I don't have money for an in-frame, but no, I'll at least try to buy another truck. there's nothing really to look at. It's straight out farmland for a while. Although you get down on this side of 81, though, you definitely start seeing a lot more truck repair shops and facilities, terminals, and stuff. I like the barren wasteland out where I live. Breezy too, and I've got a nice wind hitting the truck from the side. I guess it's coming out of the northwest or the west or whatnot. And a half a tank down, so thought I was still recording there. I guess I skipped out there for a second. I ended up looking at a text. I guess since they got a decent amount of new drivers on, I guess they're forgetting to give in toll receipts and requests for detention and stuff. So, luckily I'm not one of them. But like I said, orientation kind of, I don't know, it kind of wasn't really educational. Didn't give a lot of information. It was really quick, and I think the guy running it, I don't think he's necessarily. I think he's like a contractor. I think he probably installs the ELDs for multiple carriers in certain areas or whatnot, and then just kind of gives a shotgun presentation of an orientation. I don't know. We'll see, because it just seemed like maybe he's more of a reason. Maybe he drives all over the place. I don't know. He just didn't seem very. I don't want to say knowledgeable, but maybe he's just done it way too many times, and it's just like whatever. Or maybe after 2 weeks of doing me doing orientation and then having Thanksgiving and stuff, maybe I just forgot everything he told me. But I could have sworn there was a lot more paperwork for me to do. But according, I called up, and according to the lady in the office, all I have to do really is just take a picture of my bill of lading, and that's it. They keep track of my mileage. They send me, how many miles it is to each pickup that I drop. And so far, it's all been Google miles, pretty much. It's been right in line with whatever Google says. So. Technically, let's see, are there two binders on there? It looks like he has one chain on that telehandler. Telehandlers are over 10,000 pounds. You're supposed to have one chain on each corner of the machine. DOT, if a knowledgeable DOT officer pulled him in, and to me it looks like it's one chain, he could write him up for an unsecured load. Anything over 10,000 pounds, it's a piece of equipment on wheels and whatnot. He's a separate chain on all 4 points. And even then, how they rate the chain is different. Then when you do a chain like that, it knocks the chain down by 50%. So instead of a 6,500 pound or 6,300 pound chain, you now have a 3,100 pound load, whatever. on that chain. So technically, if that was under 10,000 pounds, he could do it like that with one chain on the back, and he'd still retain his full 6,300 pound, what do you want to call it, working load limit. But when you only chain to one side, on one side of the rubber, if the chain only connects to one side of the rubber rail, it loses half of its working load limit. If it connects to both sides, it retains its full working load limit. Don't ask me why they did it like that. To me, I would think that, no matter what, it would contain, still have its working load limit. No matter if it was only hooked up to one spool or, on each side, or two spools on either side. I don't know. Just a little bit of flatbed load securement info there for the whopping one person watching. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but whenever guys get next to you anymore, they always somehow drift over into your lane, no matter what side you're on. If you're on the right side, they drift over. If you're on the left side, they drift over. Like, look. Oh, well, at least he's okay. He decided to come in front of me. I figured him chucking along like that. I figured he was going to stay in the left lane. Over here and check my trailer lights, because every time I turn the lights on, there's power backfeeding into my four ways here. So either something with the plug, which I'm guessing has to be something with the plug, because the first trailer I hooked up to here did that. Then I tried it on two other trailers and it worked fine. So I don't know, maybe I got a contact dirty or something, but it's backfeeding power into my four ways. I guess it's no longer November. I guess I could shave my beard here. It's kind of getting. I wish my beard would grow uniform. Like it, I got certain spots that take off, and certain spots that it's slower growth, and it starts getting really bushy and weird. Which I guess I can't complain, because you go back. Let's see, probably about 3 or 4 years ago, in my earlier videos. And I don't know what happened, but I started getting bald spots on my goatee and around the edge of my face, on my beard. And, it's a real pain. I look goofy all the time. More goofy than I usually look. And I guess it was alopecia, some kind of autoimmune response. I don't know. But at least, I ended up just using Rogaine on my face, actually. And my beard ended up coming back, so. This warehouse right here, to the left here, the newer, I guess, going delivered the steel and the warranty they got put on there. Is this tire truck going to take off so I can get back over? No, he's not. So now I'm going to sit here and diddle the left-hand lane at 62 miles an hour, because I'm trying to save some fuel now. Alright, he's taking off. Oh, no, he's not. Now he's going to sit here next to me. Well, I guess I can't go anywhere anyway. I guess apparently doing 62 mile an hour was too fast for me. Probably pissing this Volvo driver off behind me, but oh well. I really don't want to sit here in the left-hand lane, but whatever. Oh, never mind. Got New York gonna fly up here 100 mile an hour in his Jeep. Probably cut right off in front of me because I want to go right where he's at. There we go. Yeah, this Volvo's way. I guess I'll be doing 50 mile an hour here behind these people. See, roads like this is really bad because now I've noticed a lot of guys on Facebook complain they've been getting speeding tickets. Never had a speeding ticket before, and it looks like a lot of them are getting speeding tickets because they're coming out like 65 mile an hour, like back there, and then it drops down to 55, and they're just staying up with traffic and doing 65. And I'm guessing they're cracking down on semi trucks because they get the bigger fines out of it now. So I hate to say it, but I've been really doing the speed limit a lot lately because of that ticket I got in Wisconsin. And to be honest, though, that was no fault but my own. I guess I should have remembered or seen the speed limit sign when I went into that truck stop and then came back out again. Because I just hit the cruise control back on and went up to like 58 mile an hour because it was 55 the whole time out there, in the middle of farmland, flat farmland in the middle of nowhere. And and I went by the cop on the other side. He was driving the other way, and apparently he saw that I was doing I came down the hill there, so I was doing like 60 mile an hour. And maybe about another half mile down the road, there's the 45 mile an hour sign, the second one, I guess. And I started slowing down, and by that time he turned around and caught up to me, and he just pinned me right where I was at. So when he went by me, so I got a 60 and a 45, or 61. He made sure it was that one point over, so it was over 15. And I fought it, and I got it reduced, but only reduced from 0 to 10 mile an hour speed limit. So, it's who knows what it could be. But apparently Pennsylvania already put it through the PSP report, so I'm trying to data queue it right now so I don't lose this job and or have the ability to not get a job anywhere else. But who knows? I don't even remember when I applied here what the ticket limits were. So I don't know. I'll find out. They'll just call me up one day and fire me, I guess. So I've been really good at the speed limit lately, keeping right on top of it. Because I've been noticing, like I said, on Facebook, a lot of people are getting pulled over. Guys that have gone, 20 years without a ticket ever. And stuff. They get pulled over, they get speeding tickets, and all kinds of stuff. So it's, I guess, I've gone 10 years driving a semi-truck without getting a ticket. As a semi-truck driver. So, I don't know. We'll see. And then I think the only ticket I ever got in my personal car was in New York when I was like 16, and that didn't show up on my record anyway. So it is what it is. 3 years. I guess I gotta wait 3 years for it to fall off. I'm hoping Pennsylvania interprets it as a 0 to 5 mile an hour over the speed limit, because 0 to 5, Pennsylvania doesn't give you any points or anything. So, and I think that's the same for the PSP. I don't know how that works. Because I know the states have their own system, and then the FMCSA SAFE has their own calculating system. So I don't know. We'll see. Well, everybody knows this spot real well if you ever have to jump on the turnpike all the time. This place is a shit show of trucks. Alright, hit the gas. Thank you very much. I guess I'll run this all the way until I decide to park somewhere. Then I'll do some video editing. Maybe try to put out like the first leg of my maiden voyage, which I didn't really start it out very well. At least with recording it. And maybe I'll go live tonight. I don't know. We shall see. About 81 right here. It gets backed up really easy because it's only 2 lanes, and I don't know, maybe there's just too much traffic on it, or there's too many different driving habits on it at once. You'll have one person that wants to sit in the left lane and do 55, and then you'll have like people like New Jersey here, or vice versa, that want to do 75. So it doesn't take long before it gets a little crowded around here. closer you get to New York City, and and past Allentown there, the harder it is to find anywhere to park. So I'm gonna probably try. Well, I guess it depends exactly what time it is. See, it's 2:50 now. It's about 3 o'clock. I guess I'm gonna try to make it into New York. Maybe the TA and Island. Is it Middletown? Where's that TA in that pilot at? Up there on 84. Middleburg? I know it's something. It'll come to me in a second. I've only been there like 1,000 times. I tell you what, ever since I've gotten like past the age of 33, 32, like, I don't know, I'm not gonna say I'm like losing it, but my freaking quick thinking memory is like took a crap. I don't exactly eat healthy, or typical truck driver. So maybe that's it. There we go. Man, I knew it popped into my head there eventually. I'm only thinking about it for like a good whole minute. Newburgh, New York. There you go. Yeah, maybe I'll stay at the TA over there in Newburgh. If it's not completely full. And worst comes to worst, I'll drive up to that rest area that I hope is not closed, because I know they shut it down for a little bit. Up there over by 680, 687 or 684, whatever it is. I'd like to get over to the right Dodge Caravan. So I'm not sitting here in the middle of the lane doing 62 mile an hour and holding people up. There you go. I guess that's... Thanks for slowing down a little bit. Melanie Express. I mean Western Express. I thought this was supposed to be a bad year for snow. But obviously, I guess luckily it ain't that bad. It'd be nice to have a white Christmas, I know that. But this part of Pennsylvania, maybe not necessarily right here, this part of 81, but it sucks these days. Definitely way too many hills. up, Will Burner? Yeah, I'm still safe. That's the way we like it, nice and boring. Except for whoever went off in the woods over there. Man, he was only maybe a few more small trees until he was going into somebody's house. Yeah, I ended up dropping the live feed. I guess I didn't have the phone charger pushed all the way in or whatnot, and it couldn't keep up, and it couldn't charge fast enough from where it was, so it ended up popping out. Then I stopped and had lunch and everything, and I figured I would start it up again, just to, I don't know, like I said, add some kind of content. Like I said, I haven't really been putting anything up lately, between the switching carriers and everything. In fact, I think that whole week just about there through Thanksgiving was nothing. I didn't have nothing really up there. You know what I think? I think with the whole deer thing, because I've noticed a lot more deer dead on the side of the road around here. I think hunting is slowly, diminishing. It's just between the whole gun narrative and everything, I don't think younger people are really that interested in hunting anymore. I guess, if you watch some of the news articles and stuff, there's people that don't even know where the meat comes from. They just think it's just there in the back of this, back of the store somewhere. It magically appears. So I don't know what's up with that. States that are, hard on guns like New Jersey and stuff, oh my goodness, there's deer everywhere and they get hit all the time. And it's never like one or two deer, like people run into like a whole flock or a whole herd, or I don't know, I forget what they call them. I don't really know what they call them. A bunch of deer, I forget. But they just annihilate them. And there's really bad accidents and all kinds of stuff. I mean, it's just because it's, overpopulation. And, there's so many people and their habitat's so small. And, they're all over the place. That's the big problem in Jersey. Because I think in Jersey you can only really hunt with a shotgun slug if you're deer hunting. That's it. And even then, I think you're only allowed to have like 2 shotgun shells loaded, and I think you're supposed to have a 2 block. So that's why New Jersey's such, a mess with a bunch of deer. And even here in Pennsylvania, like deer hunt season, I don't think it was very big this year. Did I really call them a flock of deer? I don't know. I forget what they're actually called. Well, I guess flock is technically birds, but a herd of deer. I guess I'm getting duck hunting and deer hunting mixed up right now. Or should I say pheasant, because pheasant's really big around here.
In 1.5 miles, keep left, try 81 north.
To be honest, I'm pretty sure they're not even called herd. I know that I'm pretty sure there's a specific name for it for a bunch of deer. I just can't think of it on the top of my head. Yeah, good job. Freaking jobs. Well, I'm glad that truck did what he did right then, because Volvo guy had no idea what he was doing, and then apparently that guy in that SUV had no idea what he was doing. That could have went really bad there. That pickup truck would have waited a little bit to cut me off.
Be in either of the two left lanes.
Let's see if Volvo guy still knows where the fuck he's going. I bet you he's gonna cut me off now, right after he comes to this corner here. Here we go, he's just gonna come over, right? Nope, he's just taking off to take off, I guess. Go around that turn there.
Continue on I-81.
Oh, so they are called herds. It's for like, like baby horses and all that. That's somewhere in my head. It's on the tip of my tongue. Mares. I think that's it. I don't know. And you got calves. I wonder what they're called. I forget. They're called fawns for, baby deer fawns. So I don't know. I just thought they called it something different than a herd. If I go 81 up to 84, I guess sometime around 4 or 5 o'clock, I'll just about be out of hours. So then I'll be able to wake up early, because I don't feel like going through the Connecticut scale house there on 84, because they're very picky, and they got so much room that they really pack those guys in there in the morning. They'll pack that parking lot full of guys to inspect and sit there all day and inspect you. I heard of guys sitting there for 4 hours, 5 hours before they even got inspected, just waiting for them to get done with somebody else so they can move down the line after they get everybody parked. So I really don't feel like going through that Darby. Is it Darby? That Connecticut way station right there. Much left of the frame on that van. If I could see holes through the damn tow hitch, the frame probably rotted out just as bad too. sucks driving by the house, especially when I mean, I guess I could go there and spend the night. It's about a 5.5 hour drive from there to Boston, but like, I don't know. Then I pretty much have to go. I'll be home for what? I'll eat dinner and then have to go to bed because I have to get up at like 1 o'clock in the morning. And then the kids want to play and do stuff, and next thing you know, you're up at 10 o'clock at night, getting to bed, and waking up at 1 o'clock to go deliver your load. It's the only thing that sucks about that. Hey, look at that! That's one of those new Nokia trucks. Or, not Nokia, Nikola. Nikola trucks was over to the left there. The cat dealer over here has one. You know what? Maybe I'll call him up and see if I can do a test drive in it. How about that for something to throw up on the channel? Anybody want to see what a Nokia, a Nikola truck runs like? I know I tried calling to see how much they were. I think they're like $300,000, and there's tons of incentives on them and stuff like. To be honest, I wouldn't mind having one because I kind of have an in with their it's a mail brokerage, and there's a mail contract over here, and I sure wouldn't mind running that Nikola truck on that mail contract. They're real light, the load, and I could easily run it throughout the day and charge it without any problems. And the nice thing about around here where I live is I get electric cheap because it's still coal-fired. A lot of coal power plants still in the area over here. So I think he had a dream, and I don't think it was really a scam. I think he just didn't really have the funds to do what he was trying to pull off, and was hoping he could stretch it out as long as he could to get an actual working prototype. And he's probably not the first manufacturer business that's kind of done that. I guess technically it's still fraud, sort of, because he really didn't have a working prototype. He rolled it down a hill. But, I guess you gotta do what you gotta do sometimes, It'd be different if that's all he was doing and they didn't actually make any powertrains or make any kind of, electric vehicle at all. Then I would definitely say he was a fraud. I would say he maybe just stretched the truth a little bit to try to keep the company afloat. But I'm sure Tesla's had to do that too in the beginning. So, I guess it just depends how much money you start with or something like that. Hell, I remember in high school I did an autobiography or something about Henry Ford, and I'm pretty sure I remember writing in the essay and the presentation, I'm pretty sure he did a few questionable business practices like that to get investments and stuff, and really put himself out there. So I don't know. I still kind of rather more fond of the Nikola electric semi truck than I am the Tesla, because at least they're building it on an already proven frame. I forget the trucking company, the truck that they're using. It's a European truck. I forget who it is. I want to say it's DAF. I might be wrong there. I can't remember. But if you need parts at least for the body and the frame and stuff, it's already out there. You can get it. And Tesla, you're going to be paying an arm and a leg premium for it. I mean, you'll probably still pay a premium for it through Nikola. But I mean, I guess, the parts are probably interchangeable somewhat. And everything's still like a standard semi-truck, or at least the European version. So, plus, having a day cab, a day cab over like that, oh man, for the East Coast, and some of these shippers and receivers, like that's such a, have such a easier time getting into places and stuff, and a better visibility. And I'd imagine they have airbags in them. I'd imagine they have probably the cabs probably break away. You're not going to have things come into the cab like you used to with the old cab overs and the whole front just crumpled in. So I'd imagine they're probably a lot safer than what they used to be. And they probably ride nicer too, obviously. So let's go around Swift here, because there's Western Express that I passed there earlier. I would have got over past Swift earlier, but Caterpillar dealers are actually going to be hosting those Nikolas. I would probably trust them more than just like a random, if they just came over here and started opening their random new dealerships for repair work. At least you're probably going to have a pretty decently mechanically inclined mechanic touching your Nikola semi. And from what I heard, or at least read about, their software is going to kind of be, not open source, but at least you're probably going to be able to get some kind of scan tool or do something. You might actually be able to read the codes and at least get the parts yourself, or maybe even try to fix it yourself, compared to, most likely Tesla's going to charge you like a monthly fee for something, or if you want like the full power option, you're going to have to pay like a $500 a month or $300 a month fee, or some kind of contract or something like that. Like a subscription-based service. That's like that's the new name of the game. What is it? Mercedes with their new electric cars. It's like a $1,200 a year subscription to, so your Mercedes will have the full power and the quick launch and all that crap. It can do it anyway. All they do is push a button and upload a different piece of software, and bam, there you're paying $1,200 for a little computer program that basically just limits the power of your vehicle. You're right there, Wilbur. A day cab would be awesome. Like God, going out to Long Island or the boroughs, and all that extra room, or like visibility, all that extra visibility because you're sitting right at the windshield. That would be great, and a turning radius. Then again, though, I don't know how far the range really is on them. I think it's like 350 supposedly, which there's variables, cold weather, and everything.
In 1 3/4 miles, take
It would be
exit
one
81
hell of a thing
on
to
the
have the
right
damn
to I-78
thing run out of charge while you're sitting on the GW bridge there, or on the Bronx Cross Bronx. That sure hell would not be fun. Sometimes you might stay there 3 or 4 hours just sitting there. All right, let's see. Any, mini, money, mo. Which way do I want to go? I can take 78, go up 287, and take 95 up there. If I go that way, I have less available parking. I guess we'll take 84. 81 to 84, I guess.
Be in either of the two right lanes,
And then also, if I take this way, I'll stay out all that afternoon traffic that's going to be on 78 and going through Allentown and everything. So, because, somebody's bound to crash there in Death Valley. That's what I call, from 78 from, I'd say Hamburg. From Hamburg all the way to, I guess 61 Hamburg there, 78 all the way to, we'll say 287. The 287 split on 78. And I call that area Death Valley. There's so many accidents, especially in the afternoons and stuff, and just the congestion and people flying. And they always end up with a death or fatality or whatnot. Speaking of which, here comes a fire truck now on the other side there. Probably going down on 78 there in Hamburg or whatnot, or down that way.
In 1.5 miles, take exit 90 on the right toward Pennsylvania 72.
Apparently, Garmin Truck GPS wants me to take 78. Google wants me it's giving me an option. I can either take 78 or take 84 up to 90, and then 90 down into Boston. I saved some money going over the Newburgh
Take
Bridge.
exit 90 on the right
Compared
toward
to
Pennsylvania
the new,
72.
Tappan Zee. Well, it's not the Tappan Zees anymore. It's whatever that name his dad's name is. Cuomo Bridge. So I think the Newburgh Bridge is cheaper to go over. But then I have tolls on 90, but I don't think tolls are that much on 90.
Keep right toward Indiantown Gap.
It's definitely not like going down to PA Turnpike on 90, so. Yeah, I'm going the right way, I guess, because I'll end up hitting all that traffic over there, especially when I get over to 95 there by New York City and going through Connecticut there. I'd rather just butt around at 65 mile an hour and just go this way, I guess. See, sometimes you don't just follow the GPS blindly. You gotta $20 or $30 in tolls might be worth it than having a Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, Wilbur. I'm going to take 84 to 90. I figured at this time, like I said, by the time I get on over there on 287 and all that, it's going to be so much traffic. It's going to be ridiculous. This is pretty much my neck of the woods out here. Pennsylvania, coal country. Pennsylvania coal country. This part of 81, if you ever get, stuck in a snowstorm or what do they want to call it? Man, I forget what the heck they call that right now. I've only talked about it like a million times. A snow squall. There you go. If you get stuck in a snowstorm or a snow squall over here on this part of 81, just slow it way down. Throw your full ways on, do about 30, 35 mile an hour. Hope no one runs in the back of you. And if you can, get off the road, like way off. I mean, don't get yourself stuck in the grass, but just get as far from the road as you possibly can. And probably don't even leave your lights on. Leave your lights off. Don't put your four ways on or nothing, because people end up thinking you're in the middle of the road and follow and run right in the back of you while you're sitting on the shoulder. But this area on 81 right here is super known for snow squalls. They get in the valley here, I guess, between 80 and 81, and I guess maybe there's lift or something, but the snow squalls you get are phenomenal. In fact, we're going to come up here, like just last year, they had that big, I think it was like 60 vehicle pileup, and where they all caught fire. It's probably about 20 miles down the road from here. Maybe a little bit more, maybe 30. I think the burn marks are still on the road. I'll probably be able to show you guys. You see all these cars here on the side of the road, they're all out in the woods hunting. I don't know how you're going to get a deer in the back of your Honda Accord there, but I guess you can do it. Or you come back with a pickup truck later on. Also, 81 here and 80. Pennsylvania is one of those states where if you make your way off the road here and you easily cut through this guardrail, it's one of those states where when you fall off the side of the road, you fall like 40 to 100 feet off a ravine usually. And yeah, you usually don't go over real well around here. So, just take it easy in Pennsylvania, especially like I said, when it's snowing or you go through snow squalls around here. And I know everyone laughs about them shutting down the road, but I could drive. I could probably drive at least in a good 6 inches of snow or maybe a foot, depending if it's been plowed at least. And worse is worse, I'd chain up. But a lot of these automatic. Well, I shouldn't say automatic, but a lot of these new guys, people are built different. Mentality is totally different than what it used to be. I'm seeing guys get out of Peterbilt's 379 I guess if it saves, to me, if it saves one life, whether that be the innocent truck driver that's driving next to some flip-flop wearing lap job doing 80 mile an hour through a snowstorm where you can only see 20 feet in front of you, or, you know, somebody in their car in the family, you know, if it just saves one life, I guess it's worth pulling the trucks off the road for the most part. But usually it probably saves a lot more than one life because, like I said, a lot of these accidents that happen out here through these snow squalls, man, they are freaking bad. Pilot here in Pine Grove. Well, there used to be two of them, and then they knocked the one down and made it into a diner. And I guess the diner didn't really survive the pandemic, because now the last couple times I've been in this Pilot over here, it's the diner's closed and that parking lot's all sealed off, so you can't park your truck over there anymore. So you lost half your truck parking. And when the fuel island, the way the fuel island is catty cornered, they should have everyone coming in the other way. But all you need is like one or two trucks to line up, and you can't even get in or out of this Pilot over here. It's also a no-name truck wash for this Pilot too. If you ever, like I said, there's no, it's like this area is like no man's land for like Blue Beacon. Here's the Blue Beacon you got Blue Beacon over there in Carlisle, which is jam-packed 900 million times a day. I would get over for you if I can. And you got the Blue Beacon in Newburgh. And where's the other Blue Beacon? You got the Blue Beacon up at the Loves up there in Bigelow, and that's it. That's all you got for Blue Beacons in this area. And Allentown is full of a bunch of cold storage warehouses, and there's like one little tiny wash bay or wash, you know, I guess you could call it a truck wash there in Allentown off of VIF. Like if I had the funds and the money, I would love to just make an actual like real truck stop off of 78 or up here on 81, like a real truck stop, even if it was with like runners or some no-name kind of, just something. Especially something with a truck wash or a trailer wash would be great around here. But I guess land costs too much around here or something. I don't know. Especially the last couple of years when the pandemic hit, all the land around here went up, skyrocketed because all these warehouses started looking to expand. And the one thing I hate about them building warehouses around here, like you see that like mountain range there, let's say there's a road up on the top of there. They will clear cut that and they will stick a giant warehouse up there with a great view. And, you know, instead of putting a warehouse down here on the plateau or near the highway, they'll stick it somewhere that, in my opinion, should be houses. Like if you ever go to the the Wegmans or the Dollar General warehouse over this way, it's, you know, the view you get from there is you know, beautiful. It's on that plateau and overlooks the valley, and you can build a warehouse on it. You know. Not a lot of comments ain't really showing up, but make my son-in-law wash my truck. Yeah, there's what you can do. Yeah, the way how much Blue Beacon is anymore, I don't know. I'm sure it's not really probably necessarily their fault. I'm sure their labor costs have went up. You know, it's not fun probably to do in the wintertime to be soaking wet all day. And the biggest thing I think is state regulations on water and wastewater. I think that's really what causes Blue Beacon to be, and I'm sure they could charge a premium too, but I think that's really what makes Blue Beacon cost so much is the amount of regulations they have to do to keep the water, the oil water separator and all that crap. Because I think a lot of these other smaller wash places kind of are underneath the radar a little bit. This is one of the nicer parts of Pennsylvania to drive through. Like when you get in these little valleys and I guess gaps between these, the hills. I'd like to, I guess you can call them mountains, but I don't know. Unless they're over like 3,000 feet or 2,000 feet, I usually don't like calling them mountains. But I guess technically that's what they are. Like, say, Mountaintop PA. So I guess, they call it mountains. So I guess they're mountains. Downshift this Mama Jamma and give her the beans. If this run wasn't here, I wouldn't mind having a house like sitting off that rock crop right there, off the side of that hill. Start getting over this way, like as you see Sharp Alert to Higgins use 112, there's a lot of back roads. Technically, like that road to Higgins, I may have taken it before, but they're not that bad. Like, on a normal sunny day, it's not that bad. And the problem is it's such a steep incline and a steep, if you're going down into Higgins, guys just don't know how to use their engine brake and stuff. Like I said, some of the hills around here are set like 10%, maybe even more. I've seen it to 12 and 15% grades, which get a loaded semi truck up a 15% grade. Yeah, you're chugging there. That's for sure. I don't care what you got, unless you have like 1,000 horsepower Cat 6NZ or something. Down here to this Higgins, and I would, come down and then turn back and see how quick it pulled up the hill with a load on it. That'd be something pretty neat. Look over to, well, I guess you can't see it, but over to the left here, there's a big ass coal plant. I'm getting my doors blown off going up this hill here. down here, if you ever go through here and it smells real bad, this is a giant, I guess they make dirt for mushroom farms and stuff. They pretty much have tons and tons of rotten over here. Over to the left. It's a giant compost plant, like. Right there, if the trees weren't there. I guess they're putting a new pipeline in there. I wonder what's that for. I wonder if it's natural gas, oil. Coming up again. Yeah, at the rate I'm burning oil climbing, I mean fuel climbing these hills. Yeah, that's for sure. I'm already white though. Like I could have filled this I could fill the 300-gallon tanks up in this truck and have 46,000 pounds on the trailer. And you know, I'll have to scale it. I'll have to scale the reefer, but I can scale in still. So I could probably maybe even get 48 on a reefer. I know I did a water load, a heavy ass water load with almost full tank before, and I was able to scale out. I think it was 48,000 pounds, and I was able to scale. Yeah, there ain't much to this old 4900. You know, it's a mid-roof. It's got no emission stuff on it. So there's like 3,000 pounds there missing. And it's a short wheelbase. Like there ain't much room behind the cab. Like if I put a headed grab, well, I mean if I took the exhaust off, it probably wouldn't be too bad. Like that, you know, there's just not that much room behind the cab, especially when you put a headed grab on it. I could probably get away still pulling a reefer and leave the headed grab on, but if I have to move the weight to the front a little bit or anything like that, I'm pretty sure the reefer will end up hitting the headed grab. So I ended up pulling it off. And thank God it wasn't that heavy because I ended up pulling it off myself at the house. So it's pretty much sitting right where I took it off at. I got it off the truck without killing myself. But I guess later on I'll end up putting it in the backyard behind it. And I don't know, maybe I can stick it in the, make some room and stick it inside the basement. Another nice thing about coming down here on 81 is if you ever start running out of hours, like especially on this part of 81 right here, a lot of these pull-offs or exit ramps and stuff, there's big gravel parking spaces that you can get up into and park. And usually the cops won't bother you as long as you're in the gravel. They might still bother you on the shoulder. Pennsylvania there for a while, the state troopers were really cracking down on parking on the shoulder and stuff, here, the local guys will give you parking tickets. Like the Walmart DC over here, and the Tyson exit, they'll give you parking tickets. You know, it just depends whether or not they're around, and they will give you a parking ticket. The guy, I was actually sitting there eating lunch, and I guess he didn't notice that I was like in the driver's side seat. He stopped pulled in, and I thought he was just chilling there. And then he got out and started walking up to me, and I saw me in the truck. He's like, "Hey, you can't park here." I said, "I'm just finishing up lunch, and I'll get out of there." And then I guess the next couple guys were sleeping. He gave tickets out to them. And he was like a local town cop. So, you know, they got to make some extra money somehow. You know, out in the middle of nowhere, I guess. This too, I think for the wintertime, I think they started doing this. You see those electronic, I don't know, speed limit trailers. I think they put them, I think because the big accident last year with the snow squalls, I think they put them up there to, you know, turn the flashing lights on and knock the speed down to like 20 or 30 mile an hour or something during like snow squall warnings and stuff. Because those were never there before, and I noticed that I put them just the beginning of this winter, like around, well, I guess around August, end of summer, really. I think they put them up. This 901 barbecue, there's truck parking here. If you want to park overnight, I think it used to be like $5. And you know, you were able to use the bathroom and all kinds of stuff. But I don't know how much it costs now, but they got a couple parking spaces over there. And even if you don't want to spend the night, you know, there's some room to park, and they have a great barbecue over there at 901 Barbecue. So if you're ever coming through here and you're hungry and you want to, you know, have a place to park and have some barbecue, they're really good. Down underneath a half a tank. I'm between a half a tank and I guess I'm between half a tank and a little over the mark. I don't know what that is. There's a quarter, some mark in the middle. So I'm guessing what I'm going to do is either fill up. I guess I'd imagine Connecticut would probably be cheaper than New York. I don't know. We'll see. I thought I was going to end up taking this trailer back into Pottsville here, so I figured I could get away with not putting any fuel in it. You know, I wanted a little extra money this week in my pocket and not in the fuel tank. So I thought I could maybe, you know, I figured I could get away with driving back here without filling up. Because I put, where was I? I was in North Carolina. I drove 173 miles. I put 200 gallons in North Carolina. I drove 173 miles, and then up here is 830. So I figured I would have had enough fuel to make it back to Pennsylvania, and maybe out of Pennsylvania, you know, from a different load. But I guess since I'm going to go up to Maine now, who knows what I'm going to do now. I don't even know where in Maine at. I'm hoping it's not way up in Maine. I'm hoping I'm not going up there. I'll have to look at my fuel discount, which I would imagine that TA in New Hampshire is going to be cheaper than the TA here in Newburgh. I'll have to stop the live feed and put that fuel pump up. enough for this being a mid-roof, I guess because these loads are pretty light. Well, not this one ain't, but most of the loads I've taken so far have been pretty light. That, yeah, I'm actually, if I calculate it right, last I had a wide at Empty Trail, I think I was doing like 7.8 miles to the gallon. If I calculated it right, that 100 miles, that first 100 gallons I thought. Right here is right there was the exit for Tyson and for Wegmans, Walmart and everything. Right, in fact, here comes Wegmans right off the ramp right now. Also, what else is over there? We got Dollar General over here. Like I said, you can't park anywhere over that way. They have that whole area like locked down. So if you ever need to park, you got the Pilot down the road, or like I said, the next exit up, Egan's exit. There's big gravel pull-offs in the clearing next to the ramps. Exit, I think it's 61 Frackville and St. Clair. You can park, well, you used to be able to park at the Walmart here, but I think there's so many people from the Walmart DC parking down there that they won't really, they kind of frown upon like outside carriers parking now. But you can park at the Home Depot and the Tractor Supply over there. They don't bother you. But there used to be a lot more parking right there next to the Home Depot, but apparently that whole area was a giant mine pit at one time, and I guess there's like a cliff right next to the Home Depot that's probably 500, maybe 400 feet, a 400-foot cliff, vertical cliff, and the whole wall collapsed on the one end and came down. So I guess they closed off that part of the parking lot, so they probably lost like a good 10 or 15 parking spaces for semi trucks. Exit 2, DOT likes to sit on this exit, and there are gravel areas to pull off onto, but I think they ticket you anything you get down here. It's too close to the station barracks, and I think they will ticket you, even though you're way off the road in the gravel, the gravel field or whatever they made over there. Now, I'd imagine if it's snowing, I don't think they'll bother you, but you might also be able to park up here by this Walmart. Not this Walmart, this McDonald's and stuff. It used to be the Schuylkill Mall, but they built this giant warehouse and it's sitting empty over here. Like this warehouse is humongous. I don't know when I come around the side here. I think they technically built it for Amazon, and I don't think Amazon went in it. I think that's what happened. But I think you can park up there. It's been a while. I don't know how they, I didn't know if they blocked off the parking lot up there or not. But I guess if you just look on Google Maps, I'm sure it's updated. You can probably see if there's. So when they built this warehouse up here, they made like a truck staging area, and it was wide open. But I don't know if they fenced it off now or what they did to it. They probably could easily fit 50 trucks. Maybe more. Pretty much a 20-minute drive to my house from here. It takes me about 20 minutes to get to this Walmart or this Home Depot over here, buddy. Now, if you get off on this exit and come around on the exit for, and I think either the mall over here, you can get around to it, or there's another, and I've seen people park over there, and I don't think anybody, like, it's a place that's been deserted for years, so I don't think they bother you. It's a giant, huge parking lot. Well, actually, I see some trailers stationed there now. Man, there hasn't been anything over there for years. But I don't know, maybe you could still get a look at parking in there without anybody bothering you. Maybe I'll stop and pick up a nice, cute female in an orange jumpsuit on the side of the road here. Well, hopefully she's a female. Who knows what jail it is. Well, that's okay, Will Burner. I don't know how long ago you left that, but yeah, that's fine. You can pop out. I mean, I'm not really, like I said, I'm just doing this for some kind of content. I don't expect a million people to be in here and giving me thumbs up. I mean, there is 4 in here, so whoever that 4th person is, can you give me a thumbs up just for the heck of it if you're listening? I don't know, just to make it an even number. Guessing it's probably just Jerome Jones, and I know he was here. I don't know who's hanging out. But to be honest, I'm sure most people probably get very bored very fast with just watching somebody drive around. But then again, I guess this is maybe some what do they call it, ASMR. I guess some people just would like to see somebody driving around in a semi-truck. I don't know. They sure don't sound. I know this truck does not sound as nice as, like, you know, a W900 with open stacks on it. I really wish these people were going fast, because now I'm stuck here in the left lane. And they're doing like 50. I ain't gonna sit next to them though. I'll hit the brakes and back off and move over. I'm not gonna be that a-hole in the left lane for 3 miles trying to pass people. I know I wouldn't like it if I was trying to get home. That too, you gotta think about stuff like that. I mean, there's a reason the public hates truck drivers, and it's not just because we drive trucks. I'll tell you that. Because a lot of us do stupid stuff, like we'll sit in the left lane, play snail races with each other for freaking 12 miles or 15 miles, where the guy's just trying to get home and either pick up his kids from school or get home and relax, have dinner, and have a beer, and you're sitting there playing 62 mile an hour in a 70 mile an hour zone snail race with Swift and I don't know, we'll say Swift and Prime or something, doing 12 miles snail race up the hills. Pretty much my exit to get home. That Honey exit, I think there's a little gravel lot that fits maybe like 3 or 4 trucks over in front of this gas station here. When you come off the exit, either going southbound, it'll be in front of you. And if you come off the exit, you have to come off the second exit going northbound to get over there. And the next exit, I'm actually gonna, it's starting to, get dark here soon. So let me put my lights on. Yep. The lights are still back feeding through my turn signal. So the next second, I'm gonna pull over in this gravel lot here, and you'll see where this nice pullover is. And I'm gonna get out and I guess take the camera with me, and I guess I'll see what's going on with my lights here. Maybe it's the trailer shorting out or the plug shorting out. I don't know why it's back feeding into my turn signal. Also, if you ever get up this way, if you're bored and you're sitting here at a truck stop, either the Pilot on drums or the Fuel One over here in Hazelton, take an Uber to this mountaintop. What is this? Valley? Yeah, it's Valley Golf Course. Valley Mountain or Mountain Valley Golf Course. I guess in the summertime, it's pretty nice. Pretty nice little course. And this Comfort Inn here off this exit here, off 131. This Comfort Inn also has truck parking. I don't know how many how many spots, but if you want to stay in a hotel, this Comfort Inn has truck parking. I guess that depends whether or not it's full of utility company or something. I know a lot of times they stay there. This way station too on 81. They don't open it a lot, but when they do, they go all out. There's usually like 5 or 6 DOT officers at this way station, and if you blow by it, they will come out and get you. But very rarely is it open. But when they do decide to open it, they do. They go all in on it usually. There's usually 4 or 5 DOT trucks sitting over here when they do open it. I don't know why they just don't leave it open for parking. Like as you can see, it used to probably be a rest area. There's a nice view there. Like right after that, it's like a drop into the valley. But of course they don't leave it open. But you can get away with parking over here. I don't ever see them bothering these guys over here. I guess if you're out of there before they show up, probably helps too. Dewey Pile pays rather well, especially if you're on their extra board. If you're on their extra board, I think they're paying $35 an hour. So if you're over here on the East Coast, I don't think Dewey Pile's spread out across the country or anything. And you want a local job, they pay very well. And as far as I heard, Wigman's pays very well too. But I'm pretty sure you'd probably bust your ass over Wigman's. Maybe not. I don't know. Some of these grocery warehouses, you gotta unload the stuff for the actual stores, and then sometimes you just supervise. All right, this Delano exit. This is probably about 15 minutes away from my house, so I come down the hill here, which technically, if you ever get off this exit, don't ever come down this hill, especially in the wintertime. God forbid. This whole area over here is like 10%, 15% grades. It's ridiculous. This is a bad, if the road's shut down, just pull off and stay on the shoulder here. And
keep right to
whatever you do not
I-81.
follow Google through here, unless you live around here and know what you're doing. But if there's snow on the ground, don't ever get off and try to drive around off this exit. You can get a 53 foot down there. It's just a hairpin turn, and they don't want you going into the other side of the road, I guess, But it's a hell of a hill. It's probably a windy 10% grade. And it's not that long, but it's just that much of a grade, that's all. Alright, I'm gonna get off. off right here. You know, I guess I'll pull the camera out there. I'm gonna throw these lights on and see what's going on here. Swap the camera around. Yeah, so I'm gonna I'll see why the lights are backfeeding. Here, I'll pop you off here. See, when I turn the headlights on, they're backfeeding into the turn signals. So, oh, it's a little more chilly up here, I'll tell you that. See, I got trailer lights. No, I do not have trailer lights with the lights on. No. All right, let's go check out the plug. Most guys don't bother pulling over. They'll just drive around for hours and hours with the lights flickering or them not even working. Not corroded. It's the plug on the trailer. Alright, I'm going to show you guys a trick for that. Actually, I probably don't even have to go. Just pick up a piece of plastic off the roadway here. I don't think it's thin enough. Either that or I can get a piece of paper. You know what'll work probably? See if I got zip ties over here. Not on this side. I got a zip tie in here. Alright, I got something just good. Jam the seal in here. There we go. Jam the seal in there. You check the lights in there first and then put the four ways on. Yep, that's what it is. It's the plug on the trailer. A little loose. Alright, we'll go back there, check, make sure everything's working. Tell you what, it's cold just having a t-shirt on. It's not really the cold, it's the wind that gets you. Alright, we got all our lights working. Got some guys hunting over there. Oh man, they gated that off. Oh, used to be able to go down right in there, and I guess too many people were dumping trash back there. God damn it. Yeah, it was a hell of a nice ATV or 4x4 trail. I took my pickup truck back there tons of times. Alright, we're gonna get back up in here. Whew. All right, I'm gonna turn the heat on a little bit. Just a little. The wind was just a little too cold. Well, there you go. If you have a seal and you really jam it in there, you can get them working. They do make like little inserts for that you can have on you. I had 2 or 3 somewhere. I don't know if I put them in this truck or I left them in my old truck. But yeah, that's how you take care of that. So I'm gonna turn this around and I guess I'll get trucking again. Any day now. There we go. Line it up again. You can, as long as you don't have any oversized sitting here, you could fit. I've seen 5 or 6 trucks over here. And also the shoulder over on the other side, they won't bother you. And lots of times when it does snow, the plow guys sit here and they'll plow this out a little bit for you if you're here. So the other side doesn't really have a pull off. There's a decent sized shoulder, but like over on this side, you could easily fit, even behind me, you could fit a couple more trucks. Definitely nice for the guys with the mobile homes. Mobile homes like pulling off there and sitting there for the night. Put my belt back on because I'm a safe driver. To be honest, I just don't feel like getting a seatbelt ticket because, like I said, cops, I mean, like they're going after everybody like no tomorrow. I guess it's a money issue within most of these townships or states. They're hurting for money, so they're going all out on the rule books now. If you want to bypass the turnpike, let's say you're coming out of let's say you want to bypass the Northeast Extension out of Scranton. You come to this next exit up here is going to be 309. You can take 309. Well, to be honest, you can take 309 all the way down into Philadelphia practically. If that's what you want to do, you can do that. But usually you can take 309 until you hit the turnpike and then hop on the turnpike. That way you can miss out on some tolls. Or if you're just running between like Allentown and let's say, you want to go up to Scranton or New York or whatever. But it's, it ends up going through a town to off of there and a 2-lane little road. It does open up to 4 lanes, a few spots, but it's, and it's really hilly. In the wintertime, that I don't go up to, don't go up 309 because that's probably at least a 6% grade. And they're probably about a mile long climbs on there. Especially if you get over to the part of 309 off of 100 or 100. If you come down 100 from Allentown and get on 309, there's a really big hill you climb, going down and going up, going back. It's Blue Mountain there. It's the same hill you go. It's the same mountain, I guess, you go through when you take the Pennsylvania Turnpike, the Northeast Extension of the tunnel. It's the same mountain range. Instead of going through it, you go. There's truck parking at the top of there. At I guess it's a restaurant there. You can park. Well, you used to be able to. I don't know if they did put a little fence up, but I think they left the opening big enough to have trucks parked there and still go into that restaurant. If you do go there, there's the Appalachian Trail runs through there, and there's another trail that you'll have to climb over a bunch of rocks and stuff, but you can literally look out over the valley off the side of at least a 200-foot drop cliff right there. It's some beautiful views up there. So if you're ever bored and you end up getting stuck up this way or something, there's a lot of neat nature stuff to do. 209, when you get on it and come down, there's a pull-off where you got to stop and check your brakes. Usually at night there's never anybody there, but if you're over there during the daytime or the morning, and they'll sit on the other side of the road and hide and wait, and then they'll see if you stop. And as soon as you don't stop, they'll throw their lights on and come out and get you. They also do DOT inspections sometimes over that little spot. But there's a big gravel area over there. You can park at least 5 or 6 trucks too. So if you ever need to park, you can get off on this exit and park. And it's a big enough road, and it's usually empty enough, depending on what time. You can usually just turn around and get right back on. Sometimes you can park right over here too. You see this gravel spot right here? If you back into there, I've seen it a couple times, they won't bother you because nobody really uses it. They did it when they repaved the road, they took all the palings, just sat, put them there. This cliff face is like falling apart pretty good too. If you look, you can see where there was a bunch of boulders over there too. I guess they moved them. This whole area right here is all coal mines. So either above ground or underground. They're all stripped coal mines. As you can see, the trees all came back. I mean, it really, it really don't look that bad. When I start, if I get a side-by-side or I get my ATV up and running with the kid and everything, I'll probably come out here. Maybe I'll try to make some videos. But just to show you, I would imagine the landscape grew back a lot better here in an abandoned coal mine than, what a lithium mine will look like in 100 years. I know it's kind of political about that, but I believe you can mine coal a lot more environmentally safe and sound than you can lithium. Like all this, to the right, to the left, this is all reclaimed mine land. And up these mines, well, if you look to the right, they're clear cut this. I don't know what they're doing over here. Probably going to build warehouses, unfortunately. But if you look at all this is all probably grow from, they stopped mining most of this land around the 20s. I mean, not the 20s, the 80s, around the 80s, I guess, early 90s maybe. So this is all new growth wood here. A lot of birch. Birch likes a lot of acid in the a high pH or alkaline or whatever in the soil. So birch loves sucking in all the acids from the rock and stuff and the millings and stuff. But there's maple, there's oak, there's pine, there's all that stuff in here. And majority of the water is they clean a lot of the creeks and the excess water running out of the mines. They cleaned a lot of that up. This exit right here, this 141, you can park. They never come up this shoulder here, and this exit is hardly ever used, at least for right now. Like I said, I think they're making more warehouses up here, but this exit, you can park on the shoulder if you have to, and nobody's going to bother you, especially on the other side where this bridge, because this bridge comes out to nothing. It's literally a T. You just come on and come off. I guess I'm a trucker tour guide today, tip guide. Alright, we gotta hit the gas here. Come on, Nissan, hit the gas. Well, I don't know what you're gonna do, Nissan, because you're either gonna run into the side of me or I don't know why people don't do it. I'm only doing 60 miles an hour. You can't get that thing up to 60. Now right here, I guess in a few years, this place is going to be nothing but warehouses over to the left here. There's, man, I forget what's all over there now. I know there's a meat packing warehouse over there. There's the chocolate company. I think it's the one that makes M&Ms. I forget what the name is. There is a small little truck. There's two small truck stops now. There's this little 7-Eleven truck stop that maybe parks like 8 trucks. And there's Fuel One over here that you could probably get like 25 or 30 trucks in there. Fuel One actually has like a little deli too that make nice sandwiches and stuff. And they got showers. I don't know how clean they are. I never had to use them. I can tell you, there's U.S. cold storage is over there. It's the one, like, you don't have to open the doors, you just back it up to it. That's a big cold storage warehouse that's over there too. A lot of times the cop sits here, so I would say about 80% of the time I go by there's a cop there during the middle of the day or in the afternoon, like during lunch hour. The state trooper barracks is right over here in West Hazelton. They do a lot of truck inspections on the southbound side ramp. There's a ramp to come out of Hazelton to go southbound. There's a big gravel pull-off there, which you can park there, and they might tell you to move because they want to do inspections, or they might do an inspection on you. But usually every morning around 6 o'clock in the morning, they'll sit there from 6 to 7 and usually pick off dump trucks, but they'll pick off anything that they see because you come around the corner nice and slow so they can really get a look at you. But like I said, if you ever need to park, you can always park off in the gravel parking lot over here. I would not. There is a commuter parking lot. There's like a shoulder parking area. You can kind of probably get in there at night and park in there. It doesn't really get that full, but I mean, I wouldn't push my luck too much. There ain't no tow truck company's going to come get you out here, or move you. If you look over to the left, that's a big valley. There's a pull yard in here. This is all reclaimed mine pits. In fact, that's where I usually park the truck, is over there. I usually work out of there. And this exit, you gotta watch out, because this exit I didn't used to, but ever since the pandemic, I guess more people moved around here, and this exit kind of gets full pretty quick. If you get off here and make a left on 93, you can go down to the Pilot down there in Drums. It's a pretty big hill you gotta climb. Like I said, I wouldn't want to really be screwing around here in wintertime on here. I guess, it's up to you. But that Pilot gets full really quick too, and it turns into a madhouse down here. There you go. It's a pretty nice view. This hill too, in the wintertime or when it gets wet, especially if it hasn't rained in a while, it gets really slippery. A lot of people lose their truck coming down this hill right here when it turns and bends around towards 80. So you ever come down here when it's snowing, just take your damn good old time, because you can get flying down here real easy. You just ride your engine brakes, come down this hill nice and 65 when it's dry. But a lot of guys wipe out here, and somehow they wipe out on the other side too, even though the other side is going uphill. Also, if you ever come up this hill, just stay to the right. Don't screw everybody. If you want, you can speed up before you hit this at like 80 miles an hour, and usually you can get up it pretty decent, even with a really crappy powered truck. But stay to the right, because this is a long hill to be climbing. Like this guy's going way too fast in this Freightliner right there. Way too fast. Even for if he's got a load in there, I've seen a lot of paper loads they'll come down here with a paper load, they'll come down this corner here, and it'll shift and either come out through the trailer or they'll lose it. And I've seen the rolls come down the road here and all kinds of shit. So he's slowing down here way too fast. I'm doing 65, and even this kind of like, I mean, it's pretty nice. It's not that bad. But like I said, when it's raining or in the wintertime, and the worst thing you want to do is go through this guardrail here. It would be like curtains, and then I guess you hit that bumpy bridge. So that's just a little PSA if you're ever driving here on 81, especially in the wintertime. In Pennsylvania. Here too, it usually sits right here. Like I would say, probably 75% of the time he's down here, and he looks for guys coming down this hill here hauling ass. So if you don't, I would just play easy until you can make sure you can see whether or not the trooper's sitting there. And then if you want to get up that other hill, you just give it the beans all the way, all the way through here. If you get off to the right here, you take 80 east, towards New York or whatever. There's also another decent truck stop with an IHOP. You can also get to the turnpike that way if you have to. It is, the exit is excluding me right now. I can't think of it. I can't think of the exit. I think the route is 534. I think it is. I think it's Hickory Run. There we go. Hickory Run. Hickory Run truck stop. That's a nice truck stop. It's also a mud flap location. So Hickory Run on 80 over here. Here for the beans. This too here, guys. If you don't got no power, just stay to the right. And if you're coming down, a lot of guys get on 81 from 80 here. Move over for them because there ain't much of a ramp for them to get up to speed. Right here, there's usually a lot. See this ramp coming out to the left here? See the car coming off of it? There are a lot of, there's so many times that there's almost accidents right here because you got nowhere to go and the guy has nowhere to go. The ramp finals out real fast there. Just try to stay to the left when you come down this hill. Especially if you see somebody coming out, just move over to the left lane. way. I'm getting blinded by a giant orange ball right now. The other side, when you come down this hill, there's a way station. Well, technically there's a way station on this side too. But this one, I never see them actually doing inspections over here. Going southbound though, they usually, I'd say it's a 50-50 shot. You're doing an inspection over here. Also, if you need towing or repair work, over here off I guess is it the Lawrence exit, or maybe no, it's it's the Lawrence exit. There's a place called Act Towing. The guy that owns the place is called Georgie. They'll give you a reasonable rate on towing. It's not going to be like free, but it's going to be reasonable as long as you're in Pennsylvania. They can't go outside Pennsylvania state line. But in Pennsylvania, though, they'll give you a real reasonable rate. The towing equipment isn't like brand new KW, like the one truck's like a 4900, but it's in decent shape. They're lime green, but they'll take care of you, and they can fix it. They can do work too. In fact, they practically got a junkyard going on in their lot. He likes to. He plays with scrap prices, so he likes to keep a lot of junk around. And it gets organized, and then it turns into organized chaos, and then it turns into chaos, and then they clean it up, and then it does the same thing again. But they're good people over there. There's also a nice little truck stop right here on the other side, and they have a deli in there too. They make nice sandwiches and stuff. I gotta find out what that hissing is sometimes. I think it's my EGR crossover tube. But it only does it once in a while, so I don't know. You would figure it would do it all the time. Oh, and I think they also make truck parking over here at a Sunoco. It looks like it's open now. There's a Sunoco they built on this side. It has probably 20 truck parking spots in it. We're going into Joe Biden's hometown here, supposedly, Scranton. Where he was there until he was like 5 or 4 or something. Yeah, this side of this way station, very rarely have I ever seen them pulling trucks in over here at this rest area / way station. I have seen them give tickets though for parking on the shoulders and in and out of here, but they do that when they feel like it, I guess, when they want to make a buck. I'll get over here for Saya. From what I've been told, Saya's a pretty good LTL carrier too. Although they do have a front-facing camera, and from what I've been told, they micromanage the hell out of it. Like anything. Like if you're eating a sandwich or you eat something, or you pick your nose or you yawn, or I don't know. That's just what I've been told through a few guys I've talked to. And when I also heard that when you get to the level that you've been there long enough and you receive the free benefits, they try to shit can you eventually, but I don't know. I can't really speak for that, but that's just what I've heard from guys that maintain new trucks. The front-facing camera thing, I think that's what would bother me. Because I used to we used to have smart drive cameras, and I used to review them at a place I was at. And I was, because there would actually be, you could pay for the service to have them actually like pick out stuff and send it to you for review, or pick out stuff, or you could manually do it yourself. And some of the stuff that the company would pick out and send to me, which I was a supervisor then for review, like the guy yawning or something, I'm like, geez, oh man, or he looked down for like a second or two to grab his drink. Yeah, they would get really crazy about it. And then some of the supervisors there took it like real hard. They like everything they would write you up for. Any little, anytime the camera came on to record you, they would like try to write you up. I didn't really do that there. That's the only problem I have about the front-facing camera at companies. You never know who's reviewing it. You never know what kind of mentality they got. Like I could see if you had the cell phone like out in your hand and staring at it for like a good 10 seconds, not watching. But if it's on the dashboard and you touch it to go play a different podcast or do something, you just tap the next button. I don't think they should be like trying to fire you for that. I think that you're allowed to have a life, and like listen to the podcast or music or do something, last summer ripped all this up and put, I don't know, I guess bridges in or whatever between where the cracks were to try to make it better, and it's still all messed up. I'm hoping it was like warranted and taxpayers just didn't double pay for it. This part of Wilkes-Barre and Scranton, and speed limit's 55. Very rarely do they have a cop doing speed traps or anything, but everybody does 65 or 70 through here, which I don't know why the speed limit ain't that anyway. The road doesn't really change that much difference. I guess they feel it's a congested area. I don't know, but just remember that. Get a speed ticket here doing 70 with everybody else and 55 you're not doing this points wise, DSP points, whatever the heck it is. And this hill too, this is a pretty steep hill. It says it's a 4.5% grade. I mean, it ain't that bad, but there's two exits right here near the bottom, and I know a lot of trucks get off the warehouses, so just don't come barreling down here at like 75 miles an hour, because the exits are hairpin turns. crossover tube from the EGR valve. That's a pain in the butt to get through too. Ashley's sugar notch. That's what I call it. Ashley's sugar notch. Like some of her sugar notch. My guess is when the engine brake comes on, the boost pressure builds up really high and it just pushes its way through whatever it does. So here we go. Here's Wilkes-Barre. There's a couple big warehouses over here. There's a Adidas warehouse. And I know on the backside over here, off the turnpike, there's a cold storage and I believe an insulation manufacturer. Yeah, this exit right here. Guys will come flying down this hill and they'll get to this hairpin exit. And then they're jamming on the brakes right now. They roll over here all the time. Or they go into that cliff face over there. By the guardrail there a long time. But at least you're going uphill so you can slow down pretty good. I tell you what, Pennsylvania, for a greenhorn driver, Pennsylvania is probably not really the state you just want to, go to sleep and let your greenhorn, if you're a trainer, just, take the wheel. Because he's probably literally taking the wheel and you're probably literally putting your life in his hands or her hands or whatnot. But it's definitely a learning experience to have a greenhorn drive around Pennsylvania. There's a truck parts place over here by the Pilot. Not too far from the Pilot here. It's called Brothers Truck Parts. They mostly deal with Mack, but they have everything there. If you ever need parts and you're over there at that Pilot, they'll run them over to you too. As long as you're pretty close in the area, they'll run the parts over to you if you need to fix something. And they're pretty reasonable in the prices. And then out here in Pittston, right where what is it? I guess where 81 goes up to Binghamton. There's a Fleet Pride in Pittston if you ever need it. The Kenworth dealer, if they close their gate, there's a big gravel parking lot out in front there you can park if you need to. There's also a self-truck wash over there, over in Pittston. You gotta put, I don't know if it's credit card in it yet, but last time I was there, you had to put, money in and change. And it was almost like a car self-wash, but it was a truck self-wash. and Scranton, they're older, they're kind of, there's a lot of hills and mountains. You don't want to just blindly drive through there, I'll tell you that. There's lots of slow train trestles. If you ever have to actually get down into the city or town here, whatever you want to call it, kind of know what you're doing. Getting off of work traffic, it's all over. Get a lot of, I guess, defensive driving or whatnot goes on over here. Like, you get a lot of New York and New Jersey plates over here, and they drive like total idiots, and it gets so backed up over here. Like if you look, you see the line of trucks and hills. There's nowhere to go, but they start getting irritated and agitated and start doing stupid stuff. There's a lot of decent accidents happening over here too. This needs widening. They've been planning to widen this part of the highway over here, 81, for at least 20 years now. And they even made the bridges that they replaced wide enough for it, and they still haven't done it. I don't know if they have to buy land or buy homes or something off people or what it is. I'm guessing that's what it probably is. Intimate domain or whatnot. Which, I mean, I guess I can see people's point. I'm usually pretty good for like the first 8 hours, and then after the first 8 hours, you just sit there and drive. Kind of starts becoming taxing. I guess it's different if there ain't that much traffic, and there ain't things that they irritating you. But when you got like a bunch of people around you and stuff, starts to get irritating. Princeton. Prime has their second headquarters out here. They just made it bigger. Got like a whole huge parking lot for training now. Up behind there is I don't know if it's owned by Pepsi. I want to say it is, but there's a bottle watering, a bottle plant, water and flavored water, like seltzer water and stuff. And those loads usually pay pretty, especially in the winter time, keep them freezing. At least last year they were paying rather well. Who knows what they're paying this year. Everybody's getting off the Prime here. Yeah, Prime Princeton Pond. Probably going to the Pilot. This Pilot turns into a madhouse too. It's just way too small. I wish Pilot just bought out that whole area there, that little hole falling apart. I don't know, truck stop or truck repair place and everything. But it's crammed in there. And they probably know they got them, that, when if they want to expand, they're going to sell that falling apart, dilapidated shop on the other side for millions of dollars. Pilot. Why they still do it, ain't doing nothing anyway. That's an okay Pilot. You can walk over to Walmart across the road. There was a time when you could actually park over there, but I guess I don't know. They screwed that up. And now they even got like a bar, so you can't even get in the parking lot. You have like a, regular size. I think a mid-group could fit in there, but I wouldn't take the chance of towing you out of there. All right, Mr. Guy with your wrong color turn signal, and give it the beans. Thank you very much. Also, I guess if you ever need to get home and you stay at this Petro over here, this airport is phenomenal. It's so easy to get in and out of. There's a bar in there, it's food. It's like a really nice little regional airport. I flew out of here twice. And it was easy as hell. So I guess if you ever had to get home real quick, you could always take a connector flight, park over here at the Pilot, not the Pilot, the Petro, and they'll come over and get you right from the airport. Usually there's plenty of Ubers over there, or I think, to be honest, I think if I remember correctly, the actual airport service shuttle will come over and get you. This Petro is a really nice big Petro too, but they got a good amount of paid parking also. And although there's plenty of room to usually make a spot, and they're not like screw someone over spots either. You can usually get in here, usually even late at night, and you can make a spot. There's plenty of room, but it does fill up. funny, 6:39, and where was I at? Virginia, and the Loves it was 4:30. No, it was 4:89 in Loves, 4:82 or something like that. Gotta love those taxis. That other side usually gets bad at this time, as you can see. It's not really fun over there. And then you get the people that try to be merry and ready and get aggravated and try to jump in and out of traffic, and they cause giant crashes on the other side. But it's so congested. It's not really that bad, but it can get that bad. Sometimes it pays to take, if you're coming out of Binghamton or whatever, sometimes it pays to get on the turnpike and take the turnpike at the pit stop and get through all that crap, kind of get through stacks and all that. Here we go. have a little fender bender down here. What is it? I don't know. I guess it ain't that. President Biden Expressway. What is going on? Usually it's never back up this way unless there's an accident or road work. Unless this is 684 or whatever, everyone's trying to go back into the Poconos. Come on, I just want to get on 84. Nobody needs to go that way. Schaefer Trucking. I almost bought a Freightliner Cascadia off of them. Would have done it, but I was at Arter Express, and I think Arter Express didn't want me getting my own truck. I think they wanted me leasing a truck from them. And you know, I had everything lined up to buy it, and I told them I was going to go look at the truck, and that you know I was going to give them, you know, my VIN number and everything to put it on the insurance. So I was buying it that day, and they're like, "Oh, it takes weeks to put a insurance." I was like, "What VIN number? You called the insurance company and put the truck on?" That was when lease purchases were really, well, I guess they're still scummy, but they were really scummy back then. But I don't know, I've always heard pretty good things from Schaefer Trucking too. Well, glad I went this way because God, I thought I went 287. I'm sure that would have been a nut house, and then especially getting over to 95 there in Connecticut at this time. It's only 5 o'clock, and well, I'll tell you what, it looks a lot brighter on the screen over there than it sure does, with your naked eye. But then again, I guess it picks up my headlights really good, I'll tell you that. Best thing you do is if you ever buy an older truck and it's got freaking those halogen headlamps, unless you're going to buy Silver Stars, take those damn things and chuck them in the trash can and buy yourself a nice set of LED headlights. And when I mean nice set, I mean the ones that have the actual focusing lens in them and not the random, 20 or 60 LED lights in the actual lens. Because it's great, you can see great, but I'm pretty sure you blind people. I know when I had my T800, the lights were great. They didn't really have a cutoff, and the high beam was stupendous. But every once in a while, we get somebody flashing me with the low beams on. Not a lot, but every once in a while. But I know some of these LED lights, there's no cutoff. They just go right in the driver's face when you're coming the other way. Like these, I actually want to raise these up a little bit. These are a little too low. Like when it's really dark, they cut off so quick. I threw high beam on right now, and it like light up the whole screen.
In 1.5 miles, take exit I-87 on the right to I-84 East, then keep left.
Not that far. Well, hopefully I'll be parked soon. I don't remember what my ELD time is. Because it's, I'll have to stop the live feed. Go check it. I have to run through. Maybe it won't stop. Oh, I guess it did disconnect. I have a whopping hour and 55 minutes to drive. So I guess I'll at least get into New
Keep
York.
left to I-380, then keep right.
Yeah, I guess I'll at least get to New York and it's my field here.
In
Because I
either
know-
of the two right lanes.
I know from back there in Hazleton, it's like 5 hours and 20 minutes to Boston. Boston. I guess I got that Boston accent for some reason when I say Boston. Let me get in front of this guy here because the lane ends up here. It's not a fun to be right there. There we go. Yeah, there's I got like an hour and 55 minutes, probably like an hour and 50 minutes now or something like that. So I'm gonna at least try to get at least to the New York state line. It should be like 6 o'clock by then.
In
see.
3¼ miles,
Maybe
keep
I'll
left
just
to
stop
I-84
over
East.
here, one of these, one of the truck stops over here. Oh, it quits early. Because I got like 288 miles to go. What I want to do is I want to be able to. I don't want to go through that Connecticut way station because it backs up. You usually just waste 30 minutes getting through it on 84. And I don't know. You know, since I have an older truck, it's you know, it's a hit and miss going through Connecticut because that way station is. I went through there so many times with the. I used to do Granite. Sometimes I take the B class through there. And every time I stop, and they would tell me to back up so they can measure like each axle. The drop axle automatically comes off, and then the guy, the inspector, yells at you, and I'm like, it automatically does it. There's nothing I can do. And they're just, I don't know, it's just a whole dickhead experience there. And I took oversized through there once too, and the guy made me reorder permits because the one VIN number on the trailer was wrong. One number was off. I guess it was a typo. And the inspector came out, saw that I had oversized, did one of the permits, and did a quick walk around. Like barely looked at anything, just saw, you know, walked around the truck, and then checked the VIN permit and everything, the VIN on the permit on the trailer, and it was like, yeah. And he's like, you're one number off. He's like, you gotta order new permits. I was like, seriously? Because of course he I don't know, wanted to waste everybody's time.
In 1½ miles, keep left to I-84 East.
Yeah, Jerome, I'm still going. Like I said, I'll probably go until I park. Might as well. Like I said, I'm not really putting up a lot of content, so I gotta at least throw something up there. I figure somebody would get a kick out of watching this once in a, I don't think anybody's gonna watch the whole 3 hours of me driving around, but that's bullshit. But, somebody might like it. This hill's kind of a tough hill to climb too. Usually I come flying down here. You gotta speed. The camera now yells at me about going over 75 mile an hour. And that, my friends, is how you should try to hit a steep hill if you don't have much power. Or steep climb, kind of debating to get off at this Mount Cobb truck stop. Like I said, I only got an hour and 40 minutes now. I was hungry, I would have got off there and had dinner at IHOP. But I had a pretty good lunch at Denny's. They definitely packed the skillet full of chicken and chorizo for me. Fix the lights. The thing I don't like about this truck is I don't know if I bought the right sending unit. I'm pretty sure the tank's option was 26-inch diameter tank, and I'm pretty sure I bought the sending unit the right one. But then again, I also ordered it off Amazon. But the tanks, they equalize funny. They do eventually equalize, but if you're on a little bit of an angle, all the fuel will go over to one side or the other, and it takes a while for it to transfer over. And the tanks are really long tanks. So even though it sucks in the middle, if you get on a decent incline, you can actually start the engine out for fuel here in this truck. So, I mean, if I get on a level ground, I might, the fuel, it's already starting to come up. But the fuel gauges fluctuates. Like a lot of the newer trucks, Cascades and stuff, they have a resistor in there that helps your gauge doesn't bounce all over the place. This kind of gauge likes to move a lot. And I'm pretty sure when it's completely, that's why I don't think it's the right setting in it, when it's completely empty, I think it still has about 50 gallons in each side of the tank. So I think I still have 100 gallons on one side, when it's like completely on E. But then again, when you get down that low, like if you're sitting sideways on a hill, or you start to come out and you want to climb a deep hill, all that fuel goes to the back of the tank and then it starts sucking air in. That's the only thing about having these big tanks like this. I don't know, maybe like Peterbilt or KW, maybe they have like a T, some kind of T with a ball in there that so the tanks equalize better, or so it can pick up fuel from the front or the rear of the tank, not this truck. I can tell you one thing, I'm definitely not going to get fuel in Pennsylvania. So I should have filled up in Maryland or Virginia. But like I said, I figured I was going to go up here to Boston, drop off, and then take the Zenton trailer back over to Pottsville down here. So I figured, I'd have plenty of fuel to finish out the week. Maybe spend the weekend at home. Headlights cut off, like, I don't know, about like 3 or 4 lines up. I'd like to make them move them up a little bit. Right? When it's like really dark out, like it's, I don't know, I think they should be up a little bit, just to help me out see gear and stuff. When this truck comes around the bend, I'll find the headlights, the high beam. It usually doesn't blind people in the other area, on the other side. At least not much, because I very rarely ever get flashed. Although I probably blind this guy in his mirrors. Well, I wish I got flashed more often. why he hit the brakes. Should have just kept going. Let's try to charge this thing here. I got the I guess we're probably gonna, shoot out 650 miles today. Maybe a little more. Not bad for an East Coast run. I guess you can kind of call 81 an East Coast run. Let's see. According to Garmin, I have 270 miles to go. I'll probably, down about 250, maybe 200. I'll start thinking about something like running park. Like I know there's a rest area up here. That's maybe on the Zurich side. There's a little pilot. You get over across the bridge into New Jersey. To New York there. Come off that exit going to New Jersey. Maybe I'll go there because I'm sure I get a decent fuel savings there. There ain't really, you got like maybe like 2 or 3 little parking spots you can cram into over there. And then there's the rest area on top of the mountain there. If you climb up the mountain there, you are over the Delaware. Oh, and then there's another rest area which is also where the truck enforcement always sits in there in New York. So I'm pretty sure I'll be able to find parking. I know right now I'd probably just, if I would have went the other way, I'd have been sitting in traffic on 78 probably. Or on 287, or somebody would have crashed, something like that. Try to hey, not control the light down here a little bit. Oh gosh. Oh yeah, bubbles. Hey, black and white. Yeah, that ain't working. I try to block the glare out a little bit with the options. Since the glare from the headlights is like blinding the camera. Girl's got 750,000 miles on her, and I'm sure she's not she's only set 425 anyway, so I'm sure she's probably only maybe pushing 400. 90, who knows? Unless somebody messed around with the settings. I haven't got much gearing to pull. Although I definitely put in some miles, like I said, for running the East Coast. I'm probably going to do, I'd imagine, like 650 today, maybe more, maybe 700. I don't know. I know when I left, it was 300. According to Garmin, it was 300 or 830 miles, and I have 260 miles to go right now. So I'm going to at least put in probably 650 today. I would like to get 700, but I don't think that's going to happen. Let's see, it's 5:30 now. That's, let's see, so 4 to 2, that's 10 hours. I could leave at 2 a.m. 5 is 3, 4, so I could leave at 4 o'clock in the morning if I leave at 6, if I get done at 6 here. I want to get through that Connecticut scale house. I don't want that to be open. Not that I have anything to hide, they just, I don't know, I've had bad luck there before. Stupid stuff. Nothing like, you know, not like I'm going to put out of service, but just they just always seemed like hard asses. Like they had a bone to pick with everybody they put through that scale house. So I want to get through there before they open. Here's the one. Let's see, I can stop here. I got 264 miles to go. Or I could go like another 30 miles. I guess I'll keep going. The next place I can pull off at, there's a little truck stop, like I wouldn't really call it a truck stop, but there's like a little gas station with maybe 3 or 4 truck parking spots and a Subway in it. I could probably maybe park there. That's like another 10 miles up the road. Or I could also park in the gravel/blacktop parking lot next to the McDonald's up here. I'm not really that hungry though anyway. And I do got food in the truck, but it's like all carb. Sorry, I'm trying to cut out carbs. Like everything you can put in the truck that doesn't need to be refrigerated or last for long. It's all carb food, unless you're like eating beef jerky, and even then, if you've got a bunch of sugar in it, I'm trying to somehow lose my man here. It's kind of like stuck up on me in the last like 2 years. Oh my God, Pennsylvania. definitely a different feeling when you're driving on the East Coast and you're doing, like a total like 10 to 11 hours of driving. Than when you're driving through, like, let's say on 80 through, I don't know, Ohio, Midwest. As long as you don't get stuck going through Chicago. So, I mean, if you're, like, just driving through, like, Iowa 80 and into South Dakota and all that stuff, like, you can do, like, 700 miles, and it just doesn't, you don't feel, you might get bored, but you don't feel, like, I don't feel exhausted. I feel like you get that, like, irritated because, you have to deal with all those extra cars and drivers. And then you got roads like this that good old Pennsylvania, for some reason, it's not that bad. I mean, it's the truck was probably built, not so old and falling apart, or it was newer and it wasn't international. It probably wouldn't be too bad, these bumps, but like this, it puts a drain on you. All the bumps and the noise and the things rattling. I don't know why. It's irritating after a while. But that's why guys buy newer trucks. You know, that extra sound deadening, that extra ride. The engines aren't so loud. Like, I know for a fact most newer trucks, the firewall has tons of insulation in it. This truck doesn't have any insulation in the firewall. And then you got this little, I don't know, this little cover here that I can take out and get to the very, very back part of the, I guess, the transmission bolts if I get into. I guess a little, has a tiny doghouse. Truck, yeah. That's what they call it, the doghouse. Well, there's the other place I could have pulled off at. Kind of like a little half-ass truck stop. Considering he's parked on the shoulder there's probably no more truck parking. So the only next place really to park is that Pilot, which, like I said, has 3 parking spots in it, and I think there's a few other little gas stations there that might have a few spots for parking. There in New Jersey, well, coming over into New York and into New Jersey. Or the 2 rest areas. That's probably what my goal is right now. I'm either going to be on top of the mountain there if there's any parking left, or I don't know. We'll find out. I kind of had planned this, but it all depends on how many other guys are planning at the same time. I mean, it's not really that late. There probably should be parking there. Yeah, that Pilot, apparently there's only 4 spaces, and then the Welcome Center, I don't know, I never really even looked at that Welcome Center over there in Pennsylvania. then there's the Port Jervis one, 6 spaces. We'll try the Welcome Center, Pennsylvania there. I hope you pass him because I'm running out of room. He's going pretty slow too. Come on, buddy. Get moving. I'm not pulling on you. I'll get behind you because this car probably wants to push me out of the way.
To Welcome Center, Matamoros, PA, westbound on I-84 in Matamoros, PA.
Yeah, you ain't getting too much super trucking out this way. I could probably, maybe if I was doing 80 mile an hour all the time, I could probably do 800 miles out on the west coast. You know, going through 80 through like South Dakota and all that. I could probably hit 800 miles. But ain't doing it on the East Coast. Maybe at paper logs you could. If I had paper logs, I could probably have ran from North Carolina to Boston. Definitely. Or at least pretty damn close. I probably would be at least getting into Massachusetts. I think if I got to Boston, I think it'd be a little hard to explain that with paper logs. Maybe 750 miles I could probably put down on paper logs. Somewhat easily. Oh God, I got Swifty in front of me. I'm gonna die. Why is he flashing his headlights? Oh, the guy, no, that guy's way far away from him. Hopefully he ain't trying to say I got blinded. Alright, we're going to try this little rest area. I never even really knew about it. But apparently, Garmin says there's a rest area there. It must be one of those little like hidden hole in the wall Pennsylvania Welcome Center rest areas. Hopefully it has truck parking. I mean, worst comes to worst, I'll climb the mountain over there in New York and sit on top of the mountain at that rest area if there's any room. Well, it's not like in Boston. It's the Beltway, the 495 Beltway. So I'm not too bad. The last time I was like really in Boston, I went to that what was it then? There's over by the port there in Boston. There's a big fruit and vegetable market over there, and it wasn't too bad going there. But man, that place is dumb. I can't believe food gets stored there. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, dude. What the heck? On your freaking four wheels, you want to drive around like that. The guy's doing like 45 mile an hour in his Kia Soul there in a 65 mile an hour zone, which mostly everybody's probably going 70, especially down the hill there. Let's see, it's 575 across the river there. So that means the pilot's probably like 575. So maybe I'll stop and get fuel. Hey, there's a state trooper sitting in the middle of the road there. With his head, wow, I'm surprised he's got his lights off. Then maybe they changed the law. They used to, in Pennsylvania, state troopers used to have their, like, at least have their marker lights on. I should have got off there. Garmin's having me do some crazy stuff, I think, to get to this rest area. Unless I can't get to it the other way. I don't know, we'll find out. It says I have to turn around.
In 1 3/4
Well, that
miles,
looks like
take
a little
exit
rest,
1 on the right toward US
West Area
6.
South Welcome Center there. I don't see any trucks in there though. Maybe I'll just had last exit there. But if for some reason it's telling me to take this exit and come back over into Pennsylvania. Alright, so I'm gonna get off and I guess get fuel. I don't know, we'll see if there's parking at this little pilot here. Maybe I'll just take this little pilot. If there ain't, I'll go up the mountain here and try to park up here in the rest area. And if that's full, I think another 30 miles there's a rest area in New York.
On the right, for US 6.
And that, my friends, is why nobody trusts truck GPSs. I would probably be using Google, but apparently you can't line feed and actually use any kind of feature on your phone. I'm going to get off here in Port Jervis. I'm going to go to that pilot first. Either way, I'm going to get fuel probably.
At the end of the street, turn right.
You know what? Drop dead there, Garmin. This camera does not do good at night. Either that or my windshield's dirty. That didn't help. Probably sneak in and park. Yep, I could probably park at this. Yeah, all right. So there's parking there at that Citgo. This guy, I have no idea what the hell is he doing. What the hell are you doing? You can't park there. It's in the middle of the freaking road. Good old Western Express. I'm just gonna stop in the middle of the road. You just, good job. You just pulled out in front of that car. What are you guys doing? What the hell? Come on, Schneider. You just pulled out in front of that guy coming down the hill there. Oh, that's different. Look at that. Man, there you go. That guy, an RV guy, man. Got some little lights on the side of the car. Yeah, that's the way to do it. I don't want to put a lot of fuel in this. Maybe I do. I don't know. Let's see. What's he doing? Is he going to get fuel? I hope. Come on, Schneider. There's 3 fuel pumps there. Alright, let me get out and walk up and check. Man, this phone does not want to focus at night. Maybe because it's trying to focus on... Okay, I think it's trying to focus on that sticker. So we are going to adjust it. Maybe it's just the vibration. I guess the vibration of the truck makes it blurry. Well, I'm gonna get out and see if there's any spots that actually get fuel, or Sutter's just scared to turn in there. Well, there are 4 pumps, but there's only 3 working because typical truck driver rips out a pump here all the time. So we're just gonna sit here, I guess. I'm guessing anti-shake or whatnot must not work good at night, because I know at daytime it wasn't this blurry with the truck idling. Maybe I set the idle up a little bit. Huh. There you go, just that little bit helps. Oh man, what fun. Guess I'll quit blinding him. Oh god, there's like 20 guys behind me. You know what, maybe I'll move up next to him. That way, at least they ain't gonna be backed out on the road now. Like idiots. Alright, when you get to like little tiny truck stops like this, or pilots and flying J's, if you know, get in, fill up your truck, and either move up somewhere or do something. Don't like sit here and like block the whole damn place. Like this guy, I know that guy just got in his truck because I saw him hit the brakes. Alright, hot shot. Oh, there's a stupid little straight truck parked over here. For some reason. I've parked there a few times at night. Wow, this hotshot guy is actually walking around and checking his straps and stuff. Let's see if I can't do this without like destroying anything. There we go. See, when you cock the trailer this hard, you have a cab mount that's a little loose. And apparently, from what I've been told, the clutch on these Direct 10s, on these Internationals, is very, very grabby. You end up jerking the truck around a lot. There's probably about like 3 or 4 trucks around the back there waiting to get in, you know. Well, let's see how much money I'm going to save here. The only problem is, as soon as I jump out of here, well, I am getting fuel for $4.40 over here in Jersey. Here we go again. Well, see, you gotta like, you either gotta just power into it or don't power into it at all. It's that one freaking body mount over there. The bushing is kind of shot, and that combined with the clutch on this truck, it just wants to grab, and when it grabs, you start hitting the freaking clutch pedal and start jumping. I guess that's something I guess I'll get done here shortly. I really don't want to do it myself because, I mean, I guess I can lift the cab up. I just don't feel like having any oopses and crushing myself. Guess we'll turn this around. Set you right here for right now. gloves on before I touch this dirty ass. Here we go. I've had this happen to a few pilots. For some reason, whenever you put in your pilot card, the reader doesn't want to read it. It's tough. All right. 6, 8. Tractor. No DEF. No, but I will check the oil while I'm here. All right, let's put some money into this tank here. Guess I'll bring you over to the other side. I don't know what I'm going to put in, but probably 100 gallons. I don't know. It's probably cheaper. I don't know. It's probably cheaper here than it is in Maine. Plus, there ain't many places in Maine to get fuel. That thing's still leaking oil. I think it's my freaking, what do you want to call it, the engine brake harness is leaking. But we're about midway in the hash mark, so we're still good. As you can see, the old girl does leak some oil or something. Hope it's not fuel. Shouldn't be fuel. Nah, it's oil. It's that freaking engine brake harness. It leaks down on there and then just goes everywhere. I'll have to put some silicone around there or something when I get a chance. RTD. Well, it's already up to $300 and some dollars. Let's check my coolant while I'm over here. Coolant's still good. I tell you what, for an old ISX with 750,000 miles on it, not using any coolant, that's a good thing. Maybe it's had the head gasket done before. I don't know. I will put 80 gallons in it. I like to leave some money in my, some money for this week. I guess I'll go in and get a receipt, take a piss, and we'll get out of here. So I'm basically doing, I guess, a on the road James Best tonight. Because technically I would have done like a whole 11-hour shift if I'd have let this thing go the whole time if I didn't run the battery out. Let's get up in here. I will pull up out of the way because I am a generous, kind, professional truck driver, and there is a place to pull up at. see if I can get out of here without ripping the freaking side of the trailer off. It looks like people do all the time here. This is not a Greenhorn driver training truck, friendly fuel fill up, I'll tell you that. As you can see, man, I am so close to that pump right now. I have nowhere to go. There we go, we're good. I'm going to pull right up to that donation box. And to be honest, I might just call it a night right here.